We will now call the March 20, 2024 special joint workshop together. Roll call, please.
We will go with Councilmember Hanna.
Here.
Councilmember Grummeyer. Here. Councilmember Allman. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Newton.
Here.
Mayor Bass.
Here.
Youth Commissioner Lungley.
Here.
Member Young. She's on there. I see her.
I apologize, I'm on Zoom.
Okay. Member Hedges.
Here.
Member Azevedo.
Here.
Vice Chair Sullivan. Here. Chair Shu.
Here.
All present. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I would like to do the flag salute. Please, Pat.
Ready, begin.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Consultant Jean Ward, if you can report.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again too. Thank you, members of the council and planning commission for reconvening. We are here again to talk about the land use and circulation scenarios of the general plan. That's the phase we're on in this general plan update process, and we recognize that our last study session was not long enough. We had a lot of information to get through, and we only really just started with hearing discussion from all of you. So the way today is going to go is really the objectives are for you all to discuss. We want to continue to discuss the scenarios to help us shape our public open house and our virtual engagement that we're going to be hosting in April. And we really want to identify points of clarity and consensus around some of the major issues and opportunities. We generally want to know if you're open to these ideas and scenarios so that we can bring them into wider community discussions. We want to know if there's any non-starters. Now would be a good time to say so we can kind of help shape this phase a little bit more. And in some cases, there may not be consensus on these things, and maybe we want to take it to the public, and then we will be coming back to you with a preferred alternative. So that may be a point to further discuss some of these things as well. So again, the majority of the study session is for you to have a discussion with each other and provide direction to us moving forward on each topic area. We do have the whole team here via Zoom. Really, they're just here to answer any questions if you want to direct questions towards them or points of clarification, but we don't intend to do much presenting except for a couple small topics tonight. I did put together an agenda, so we're going to try to organize it around this agenda in the topic areas so that we can make sure we try to hit each one. So I understand, your discussion, if it needs to go over in a certain topic area, then it does, and we'll just have to adjust, but this is what we'll try to stick to. We did feel like we heard the most input and direction and consensus on the last study session on the North Hamner Gateway and the Norconian site, so I bumped those towards the back of the agenda. We have all the slides available, so we'll bring those up. And again, our team members are here, the same group that was here in person, so you can ask them questions. We do have just a few new slides to present to you tonight that Peter's going to be presenting. And there are two topics. One is really just to bring a little bit more information to you around the discussion that we had last time on the 6th Street improvements, specifically related to truck and trailer turn movements. That was a big point of discussion. So we just have a couple more slides so that we can, I guess, have a more informed discussion about that. And then also, we didn't have time last time to get into another topic that we feel we need to start having in a public dialogue, which is the topic of potential secondary access to Norco College. So again, we just have a couple slides to share with you with points of information, but it's just something we want to start getting out there in the public discussion. So that's how the agenda will go. It's really, again, for us to be, sitting back, answering points of clarification for you, but really for you to have the discussions among yourselves on each topic. And we'll try to go through it in this order. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter to kick it off.
Yep.
On 6th Street, which will be our first topic area.
Great, thank you, Jean. All right, so just to create context, just a reminder of some of the imagery that we showed in the last meeting that we had with you all. Really, again, the point of these illustrations were not to suggest that any of these are a proposal that we're asking you to sign off on, but really the purpose of these illustrations specifically were to show that if the vision and sort of consensus is that the vision for the 6th Street corridor is that it will continue to evolve into a more walkable, active environment that might have these neighborhood activity centers along it, places for people to congregate, to shop, to dine, to be social, and just to be out and have fun. Then what are the types of elements and potential improvements that might be worth considering to the streetscape and public realm itself in order to help evolve the 6th Street corridor into an environment that aligns with that vision. So again, these illustrations, really the point was to show how some of those elements might be incorporated in ways that we hope still reflect the character of 6th Street and the things and the qualities of 6th Street that everybody has told us that they love, particularly the public realm environment, the equestrian trails on both sides of the street, the large trees, and a number of the local shops and businesses. So really the types of improvements that we had introduced were traffic calming measures, things like medianettes in places, potentially on-street parking in places, and potentially facilities for bikes and pedestrians. So one that staff had asked us to come back and provide more information on, particularly was the topic of medians, based on concerns of how might that work with existing businesses, particularly as it relates to access into properties from 6th Street for either large freight trucks. We know that there's a lot of businesses that require freight delivery, and then obviously you have a large equestrian population that's towing horse trailers and still would need to be able to navigate 6th Street. So these are really just a reminder of sort of some of the imagery that we showed. But really, I want to start with specific to the topic of medians, and we can go through this exercise with some of the other elements as well. Why even consider medians? And really there's 3 categories or 3 reasons to consider them. So one is for the placemaking value. So medians would offer an opportunity to enhance the public realm character, more places to add street trees into the street, and start to change it from a very the street itself being a very car-centric environment to one that is more of a multimodal, complete environment. The second, traffic calming, so adding elements into the street. Anything that can visually narrow the street will automatically calm and slow traffic, which improves safety conditions. It also supports local businesses because as you bring down the speed of vehicular travel, it allows people to actually notice the businesses that are there and engage with them, pull over and stop. So one of the big goals for the 6th Street corridor we know is to convert some of your pass-through traffic into customers. And then third, access management. And so Jason Pack, if you recall, spent a little time in our last time with you talking about just the safety challenges that come from having a lot of uncontrolled left turn movements to and from 6th Street. So medians is one mechanism for helping control where left turn access in and out of 6th Street can occur. And I just added this note here. We can discuss some of the additional considerations or the whys for adding elements like on-street parking and bike facilities to the corridor if that's something that is of interest. These particular slides are just focused on the medians themselves. So then, of course, there are a number of known challenges that come along with considering adding medianettes to the street. First and foremost, access into the existing businesses and properties. So we can make sure that any implementation of such features doesn't interfere with the current operations of 6th Street. particularly as it relates to large vehicle access, including freight delivery and, of course, equestrian trailers. There's a potential that any traffic calming measures done on 6th Street could inadvertently create cut-through traffic in the neighborhoods. So that's just a concern and a challenge that would need to be addressed. And then finally, there is just a real cost for adding to making any improvements to the street, and then any ongoing maintenance costs that might be involved. So that's really the septic context. And then what I want to get into in the next slides is really what the general plan's role in even describing a vision and as a tool for implementing the vision, particularly as it relates to 6th Street. So really the role of the general plan is to define that vision. We're not tasked at this point with doing a detailed streetscape improvement plan of 6th Street. So obviously with these challenges that we've identified, there are a lot of real challenges that would need to be studied in detail. So we're not at this stage able to give you a plan, a streetscape plan that would show in exact precision that medians would work or not work. That would be an element for further study. But the general plan can identify policies and strategies related to how you might successfully implement such a vision, if that is in fact the vision for the type of environment that you're trying to create on 6th Street. So we need to look at that. Strategies for introducing medians are not simply a matter of looking at the existing street and saying, where do we need left turn access now? Or in other words, where would a median not work? So what I've done here on this diagram, every one of these red arrows indicates where there's an existing drive entry onto 6th Street. So if you just take this and say, okay, where could we put medians on 6th Street today? The answer is almost nowhere, because between where you need to turn left onto streets and providing free access on every property along the street, you can see pretty clearly that there's not a lot of space left for medians. So now this is, and the red will disappear. Try to do that subtly. This is just a conceptual plan that we drew related to both the topic of how over time certain properties might begin to infill or redevelop, and then how just the concept of medianettes could work. So really the idea is that medians could go wherever you don't need left turn access. Obviously you need it in a lot of places now, but over time the general plan might offer various tools and policies that could shape the type of environment that 6th Street is supposed to become, and give you tools and mechanisms, and really a toolkit for changing the environment in a way that could include the type of public realm that would support that type of environment. So some of those strategies might be considering policies that would prioritize side street access for properties that have that opportunity. So not providing direct access, left turn access onto 6th Street, but so for a number of these properties where they have side drives off of side streets, you could prioritize and have policy that would prioritize access. You could have policies that would direct towards drive consolidation, so just reducing the number of conflict points along 6th. And then we think there's a significant opportunity to think about, as some of these, particularly some of these larger vacant areas begin to redevelop, that the general plan includes policies for the introduction of rear alleys on some of these deep lots, and shared access across properties, so that you really unlock the development potential of many of these, and you also reduce the need for the number of drive entries, left turn accesses to and from 6th Street. And then we think there's also an opportunity for the general plan to describe policies that might require uses that are requiring large freight delivery to manage some of the access of that on their own property. So I just brought up this site as an example. I think this is Linda's feed and supply store. And looking at the property this segment of 6, this is actually one of the narrower streets. And it just so happened that Google captured a time where an 18-wheeler is navigating through the property. So showing that it actually already works. I think there's some properties that are maybe not set up in such a way, but this is one of the narrower properties. And again, it's already facilitating, if they have one drive entry, they can already manage access to and from their site. And then whether trucks need to be able to turn left onto 6th Street or whether they could navigate around some of the other streets, that would be, those are the types of strategies that the general plan can provide policy direction.
Is that an old shot? Because there's not supposed to be any boats there.
Good one.
That's what big what?
Boats.
Oh.
It's the Tommy Vaughn problem.
Okay, I didn't check the data. In any case, and then finally, a 5th strategy to consider, this isn't necessarily at the policy direction level, but strategies like this could be included in general plan policy, would be to test concepts with what we call tactical improvements. So tactical improvements really are low cost, sometimes temporary, easy to deploy interventions, like you have actually right now at 6th Street, where they're doing the construction on the channel, where it's going down to one lane in each direction. Those are, you can test improvements such as medianettes along 6th Street before you go through the investment and the cost of making permanent improvements, as a way both of sort of garnering community support. It's also a way to educate users on how they might start to learn how to navigate some of the changes. And then there's a variety of grants that are available for such improvements as well.
Is that straw or is that a divider?
That's a straw bale, yeah. So this was, I think this was probably this is actually from Oxnard, California. I think this was on one of their, it was like a tactical weekend or day.
They'd be gone by 1 a.m.
Sure. Yes.
I think it's like a test, right?
It's a test.
Yeah,
And it would
it's like a.
Yeah, right. I mean, obviously this wouldn't last long. Here, very short.
Just like gold.
Something else.
Even in a place where hay isn't under demand, you can keep that there permanently. But it's really, you could do this on a napkin.
No, that's for bedding,
Or on a
so they
weekend.
don't need that.
Yeah, okay.
But the horses would be curious anyways.
Sure, yeah.
So they're testing on a bike lane using.
Yeah, so what they're doing here is called a class 4 cycle track. So it's basically just a physical buffered bike lane, such as we showed in some of the illustrations where we had actually a parking lane buffering a bike lane from the moving traffic. And then here, oftentimes, there's a lot of tactical crosswalk and like street art projects that we've seen where you invite members of the community to come and design a crosswalk, and those can be used with temporary paint. And it's about testing and bringing in new ideas without having to go through all of the process of investment of permanent changes. And then here are just a few examples of other communities that have introduced medium segments into roadways that are probably have similar traffic volumes to what you have on 6th and similar types of urban environments that we just provided for reference. We can talk about more of those as you have questions. So that's all I have in terms of new content. And now we're open to conversation about this. So I'm going to answer any questions.
Any comments from planning or city council? Don't be shy.
Well, I really like that you brought in the examples of, because I talked to Lori about this after our last workshop and wanted to be hesitant in saying no to anything just yet because we're still trying to figure everything out, and the fact that we can work into trying it out, right? So when people are saying, well, we're going to have issues, we can see if we really would have issues before we do anything permanent to see what might work, not all down 6th Street, but in certain areas to slow people down and to reduce the number of accidents, right? From people turning all over, but making sure that the folks that we need to be able to get into feed stores or our equestrians can still have the access to the main points. They might not have access to every single thing, but still be able to get around and maneuver. So, and the median, they do do have a lot of visual appeal for creating like a downtown look.
Have you guys done a study on what the median width may be? I know that we have wider than average lanes, and then we have that center lane right now. Are you guys kind of envisioning that the median would be kind of essentially the width of that center lane right now?
Yeah, at least that. I have to look exactly at, and there's a few different concepts that we have. So if you recall, we had talked about, one topic to study would be, do you actually need 5 lanes, or could 3 lanes suffice? 3 lanes, obviously, we were saying you wouldn't actually have landscape medians if you were to.
So one of the reasons why I asked is because as you're looking at this upper right one, the in Charlotte, North Carolina, their median is wider, which allows for conceivably some use within there. Like you can have a small walkway for people that are able to comfortably kind of walk between the traffic and have that as kind of a walkway for their dogs or something like that. But in ours, I'm concerned about if we do a median, that it simply becomes a divider that is a maintenance issue for the city staff rather than kind of providing a dual use. And in that sense, I would rather see the space go to the sides of the street where the sidewalks get wider and more comfortable walking space for the pedestrians.
Yeah, the main.
Did you say sidewalk?
Yes, you did.
Trails.
Who pointed you?
Not me. We voted for it, it's okay.
The main difference here to what you're describing, and that would be, there are a lot of great examples of where you have continuous, almost parkway medians down the center, and some of those have, you could have a riding trail if you had the space for it. The difference there would be that would have to be a continuous median, where what we're talking about here would be medianettes wherever you don't need left turn access. So to be able to have anything other than landscaping in there that would present a safety issue, because once you get into places where vehicles need to go turn left, that could work. So I believe in the 5-lane schemes, the schemes that have the portions of median, the travel lanes and the median width, I think are all 11 feet, and then you have still room on the outside. And I can go back to it. You have room on one within your existing curb to curb, and we never recommend off the bat moving curbs because it's expensive. So we're always trying, when we're looking at traffic calming measures, to figure out what could you do within the curb space that you have. So within your curb to curb, I think it's 64 feet, you have room for 5 11-foot travel lanes and then a parking lane on one side of the street. And then we showed in one of the examples how if new redevelopment were to happen, really that's the only place that you would really need on-street parking, because most of the uses that you have are suburban oriented, meaning they already have their own parking lots with them. But if the idea is to start to evolve 6 to have more urban activity centers where you have businesses that are closer to the street that are sort of spilling out their life onto the sidewalks, onto the horse trail, their frontage, then those might be the places that you want to have on-street parking. And that would really only happen when you have new development. So new development can also be additionally set back to make sure that it has enough space in front of it, including potentially what we call bulbing in parking. So cutting into the curb and making the parking on the outside of the existing curb to curb, then it's a long way of answering your question of how wide are the medians, but the medians are the width of the travel lane.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah, just one thing, it looks good with all that many cars, but predicting what we want, we're gonna have a lot more cars. But I'm going, referring back to the fire department, I can see 1 lane each way, because you'd be tied up, they couldn't get from one street to the nearest street. If they had to go to the middle or furthest, it would be a disaster. They'd be packed up, no place to go, they couldn't even get their fire trucks through. So I don't think the 1 lane like this one on the right high would be very good at that point, for them to get by. If you're doing parallel parking with, similar to that one up on top on the right-hand side, doing parallel parking, so they're gonna have to stop past the car to back up, taking away the bike trail, most of it, even part of the other lane. I just don't see the one lane being a real good option.
Yeah, just to clarify, and that's not a great, that's not perfectly analogous with the Sixth Street example, of course, it's mainly to show sort of the fragmented medians idea. If you were to consider one lane in each direction, we would not recommend having medians in that.
But then you could go
scenario.
with two lanes, or you're just gonna leave a little island.
If you were to go with what we call a three-lane version, you'd have a continuous center turning lane that would be free and clear
Yeah,
of
right.
any
That's
obstructions. Yeah, and then,
I'm just thinking about fire trucks coming down through there when it's so congested.
Right.
They wouldn't be able to get there in time to put out fire.
You know, 'cause this morning, fine example there where they're doing the construction.
Yeah.
I was coming, east, getting ready to enter the, one lane deal, and here comes the fire truck, and the battalion chief down through there, he was kind of running in front for me, and they barely made it through that, one lane deal, 143, because of the traffic there, there was nothing in dodging.
Yeah, well, again, as you recall from our last study session, there's two options that are 5-lane, one option that's 3-lane, but in the 3-lane, there's no medianettes, so it's that center turn lane could be used for fire. But again, that's what we're here to discuss is, are all of these scenarios valid for bringing forth to talk through with the public obviously this is a public meeting, but at our open house, when we're more one-on-one talking with the public, and in our online scenarios surveys, and that's kind of the dialogue we wanted to have here.
So I'm curious, what comes first? The design or the type of business do you zone for? What comes first? Do you design the street and hope they come? Or and what kind of businesses are you seeing on 6th Street?
I think it's a both and that's a question for you all in terms of what types of businesses you want to see on 6th Street. I think with the interventions, I think particularly with the medianettes, those can happen in segments as well. I mean, those could be introduced because as we talked about in the last session, 6th Street is a long corridor, so it's not likely or even possible that you're going to get a walkable, urban, lined by active retail environment for the whole, is it a mile long? Is it?
Did you say quarter of a mile?
No, it's
Half a mile?
2 miles.
2 miles.
It's
Yeah.
2 miles from
But normally a downtown is
about a quarter mile.
quarter
Yeah.
mile.
quarter mile. Yeah.
So yeah, the most active cores are typically 2 or 3 blocks long, with some exceptions, and that has a lot to do with the amount of population that live in and near those environments. But yeah, typically they're 1 to 3 blocks long that you can support sort of successful retail. So if those are going to come, or if your strategy is going to be how do we start to establish these little nodes along 6th Street, 1 of them, 2 of them, then those would be the environments that, as redevelopment happens, as you get the types of businesses and uses and activity really that you want in those areas, then those would be the areas to start with the public realm.
So when you say node, you mean like at the corner of, what's the Blue Bar Street?
Valley View.
So Valley View and 6th Street, that's actually kind of a little node that was created.
Sure.
Sure.
And then you've got down the street where Pat's Kitchen, and that's another little node. Each corner is now being developed. So that's what you're saying, is you try to maybe pick an area and then go, okay, we're gonna put something, try to attract something there.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that could have to do with the types of opportunity sites that you have. So if you recall from the last presentation, one of the areas that we looked at was, I think it was 6th and Central, if I recall. Basically, I think we showed that. Center. We showed about a 2-block segment because there's some vacant parcels there. There's a fire station there. There's a couple of sort of interesting already working or active uses in that area. And we showed how if you have the types of, if you define clearly what the vision is, and then if you have the development
Hi Tara.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, definitely we need to do something with the traffic on 6, because we've got to slow it down. I actually like the idea of the medianettes, however, will there be another, like more of a detailed traffic report or traffic study on that, so we can actually see how that could work? Because in theory, I mean, it looks great, you know, with the picture that you showed, but in theory, I want to see basically how it's going to affect the businesses that are there, and realistically, if it's going to work for us. So that's a concern, is I'd like to see more in detail of the realistic execution of it. And then I was just also curious, will this be presented as an option to the community at the next open house, kind of like we did the last one with the little stickers, so people can kind of choose what they like? So those were my main 2 questions.
Your second question, yes, that's the intent, is for us to bring these forward to the open house with your direction today. I mean, that's why we're having these discussions, is to try to have discussion amongst you all as to what we bring forth to the public in April. And in some cases, there may not be consensus among all of you, and so maybe we just bring it forth and then we come circle back with you after April and we share with you what the public said. So that is the intent.
And I would just add to that, not in the sense of, do you want this design versus this design, but are these the types of elements, and are these the types of environments, activity centers that you'd like to see on 6th Street? Is that even the role of 6th Street? I think those are the types of questions that we should be coming to the public with.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Will there be another, a little bit more in-depth traffic study on it, just to see realistically how it would be executed with those medianettes?
Jason, do you want to chime in on that question? I mean, we've done some.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is Jason McIntyre here. So typically for a general plan, we don't have the resources, nor do you really get down to that scale where we're looking block by block at specific like traffic operations or how it would work. But what would typically happen with most agencies I'm working is we identify this as something that the city is considering, and we highlight it in some form of a policy with a discussion that you would need to do detailed engineering studies, including some sort of a traffic study, and bring it back to council for input before you would try it out. I think at the general plan level, we're just trying to get to, is this the vision that you may want to consider for 6th Street? And if it is, then yes, let's set the city up for that policy direction to continue looking at it as potential direction for the city. But we don't want to set that up if it's not something that meets the goals and values of the community. So I think we're trying to understand exactly or solicit input as to whether this is something that we should look at, maybe in a little more detail, and set up that policy to take it to the next step, which would include those detail studies as a subsequent follow-up to the general plan.
If I can add in here, just to add on to that, so I think Jason said a lot of what I would have said. This is really just the policy level. Do you like this idea? Let's say down the line the public likes it, these policies are baked in. Then at some point then we go chase a little grant, say, to do a plan for between Valley View and Corona. And that includes things like traffic studies. It includes things like design charrettes, where we actually go and paint it out there, let the public play, get feedback, and then build that little segment. It's done in chunks. So that's at the capital projects level at a later time. Right now it's just kind of globally, do you like this? But to Tara's point, that does need to be done. It's absolutely essential. And I think the public input piece is really fun to see a lot of communities do this, like you saw in Haybales. You kind of get out there and do that. But that would be down the line. And in general, we end up with this idea in our plan.
And the reason we came back with you with these slides today was because the way the discussion was going on 6th Street last time, when we were really just trying to decide what's the goal with the environment we're looking for on 6th Street, this tended to be a point that was, hanging up the discussion, and what we were trying to indicate that there are ways, there are tools that things could work. Obviously, it would take more future planning, but it can work at specific locations using a variety of the tools that we've showed. So that was really the intent. So it's really more to allow you to further the discussion about what kind of outcome and what kind of environment you want 6 to be. And then the general plan will set forth that policy framework.
I like the idea of those node things. That's just little bites of the apple. Because 6th Street, 6th Street, it's been really fun. You get a project, and then you have 3 properties, and the guy in the middle all of a sudden says, I want 10 times what, and you spend a year on it. So we've had that happen several times. But maybe little nodes where you try to, and I think actually we've already kind of done that a little bit too, so it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, you already have that. That's the nature of corridors, particularly those that are connected to neighborhoods, is that inevitably they become the little neighborhood centers, you know, within walking distance of neighborhoods around them. So, and I think we raised this question when we spoke last. There's the idea of the Hamner Village Gateway, excuse me, Hamner and 6th, and that's a different type of environment. That's really a town center that's almost like a regional destination type of environment. And then there are these little nodes that are more of the neighborhood activity centers that if you live nearby, you can imagine walking to for breakfast on Saturday morning or going and grabbing a beer after work. So different types of environments.
And the difference would be that in our update to our general plan, we would have development standards, we would have conditions. So when if people only bought one of those little properties, what they built would be conducive to something else going next to it, right? That had an alley or had blocks.
Yep.
So that the pieces should start to all fit together versus now people can kind of put what they want and there's not a cohesive, there's no tying it together to make it like a downtown. So I would just say I have always hear from everybody that we want people to slow down on 6th Street and we want to build on that charm, right? That downtown feel. So how can we make that happen?
Yes, absolutely. Each increment of development needs to add up to the whole that we are all defining in this process.
So to your point, Jane, I think what you're hoping to achieve from here is to hear from us on what ideas we are behind to bring to the public, but maybe more importantly, what things we definitely don't want to see so that you can kind of trim it out if it's actually kind of unanimous here.
Yeah, at this point, it's a
One of the things that when I looked at some of your potential solutions is that back alley area. I'm not sure how I feel about that in terms of both the idea of getting multiple buyouts from different owners and in terms of just the size of the alley and the kind of the connotation that alley generally generates. And that's kind of something that I want to open up to you guys to see how you guys felt about it.
We do have an alley behind the fruit farm now, and I mean, we don't see, I haven't seen any derelicts hanging up there or anything, but maybe if you had enough
Tell
of
a
them.
councilman there once.
Different kind of
Tell
derelicts.
what happened.
You know, we also built a 10-foot wall there to separate the neighborhood
Yes,
from
we
that.
did.
And there wasn't an occasional bar fight was the extent of the activity while I was there, so it wasn't terrible.
Most certain towns have an alley for access, right? So you push everything forward, then you need some kind of access to be able to get around.
Right, and again, we were showing them in this context as it's just one tool that maybe again allows for the trailer and large truck to access those sites. Should we start implementing nodes of 6th Street to have the slower traffic, the more pedestrian environment, it was just one way to address those turn movements. So again, it's just a tool. It's not a street design at this point. It's a tool to achieve the outcome. Really, we're looking for, is this the kind of outcome you're looking for on 6th or on nodes of 6th?
You know, like an example, Tony's, if that church ever sells, Tony's closed, because he will not be able to get the family won't be able to get a truck in there.
No.
And so maybe alleys like that are the way to go. And that
For the
church is
narrow
a very,
lots.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
a long
yeah.
road. And what they do is they actually lease across the church to go into the back in order to unload their stuff. And that's a very desirable parcel that I just can't imagine it's going to be, eventually somebody's going to buy it.
Well, I have a question. I know it's just a couple times a year, but what impacts do medians have on parades?
Good question.
The only reason why I asked, like I personally am leaning towards the 3-lane concept with the, I don't remember what you guys call them, but those landscape patches on the outer edges with the cut-in parking.
I'll bring it
Only
up.
because I think that's more conducive to potentially having parades and community events still. And then my question on that particular design concept, like let's say there's a coffee shop there and then there's that extended, area where there's not street parking. Sorry, I'm not using my words very well, but could that coffee shop then use that extended area out in front of their business to put tables and things like that? And
Sure, yeah, maybe not in this exact configuration. So there's different ways that you could do that. Those are called, we call them parklets. They're called al fresco dining areas in LA. Basically, it's in environments where you have on-street parking, and especially in environments where you have both sidewalks that are a little too narrow to have people and dining all kind of working symbiotically. The business owner could elect to basically swap out their curbside parking spot in front of their business for an extension of the sidewalk, park that would go in space and create some places for dining. So in a situation like this, if the 3-lane version was something of interest and feasible, and you wanted to have additional outdoor or in-street dining, then you probably want to swap the parking and the bike lane, so you have the bike lane running, travel lane adjacent. I think the reality with the patterns that you have on 6th Street now, because so many of the businesses are set back from the street, and if you're thinking about new development, you can require that new development be set back behind the property line to sort of whatever amount you want. So even if you want street fronting development, you can still require that development is set back 10 feet, let's say, to create space for outdoor dining. So in this context, I would think that you could just keep the dining closer to the front of the business. But there's many contexts where that works very well.
So this slide presentation that you have right here is the same one from last time? Or is it again? So like on slide number 27, if it matches the ones.
Oh, I added a couple slides.
Oh, okay. So it's the town center concept, near-term opportunities, and it has like the Eat Center in the background. So it's got like a black car. Yes, that one. So you have the pathway there in the center, but what I'm saying is over off to the left, like behind the car, could that be an extension of, instead of being landscaped, could that be another seating area or a whatever? Love that, actually. And so then you just have the 3 lanes, and I can see like on parade day, there's no cars, and that's all seating for folks, that bring up their lawn chairs, and the parade's going down the center lane, and it actually might make our parades a little more intimate and feel better, because 6th Street is so wide, when you're in the parade, you're like, hey, over there. But there, you're going down the center, right? So I just wanted, I know it's only 3 times a year, but just something to kind of keep in the back of our head. So,
And I would think, Peter, if the medianettes were kind of scattered, right? The parade could be, there'd be stretches where the parade could be right down the middle, and then when there's hit a medianette, they could just kind of part and go around, and
Yeah, unless you have, I know in some agricultural towns with their parades, they bring like the harvesters.
No.
You have, okay.
Oh, we don't have.
So that's sort of the widest vehicle I can think
tractor
of.
maybe.
No,
Because
it's tractors and tractors.
Even
Nothing
with the
super
medianettes,
wide.
you still have 20+ feet of clear distance on either side.
Getting back to our horse town, and you had one just before that, it showed horse trails on both sides. There was a slide there that you had an arrow that said possible sidewalk. Right now, because these are all commercial, you have to have accessibility between each one of them. Accessibility code, unless it's changed just in the last 2 years, you had to have hard pack granite, and I heard if they're going to exclude that, where you're going to have 4 feet of sidewalk, and then you're going to have the horses going right next to them. I'm just bringing up that point. You're having horses in. The only thing else you could do is have a side coming out each one, going to a center divider. That would be big enough for the wheelchair down the middle and go into the next building like that. But as it comes right now, that would meet code at all. And then it would take 4 more feet of sidewalk out of your horse trail, which is kind of bad to have horses that close to people that are.
Wheelchairs and walking and what, yeah.
Yeah, you have to have commercial access to each one that they can go out. Actually, with the code, it's the whole seminars and every one I've ever been at, any place a regular person that's not handicapped would walk to, that person in a handicapped situation could do it. But the gravel itself is supposed to be said hard pack, but I think they're going to be changing that to hard concrete. It's coming close, I've heard.
Okay,
So that's going to be another problem of horse trail, sidewalk, you know, like that. And then every 200 feet, you have to have a turnout, but you could have actually a driveway, you turnout.
Okay.
You turn around.
Okay. So in this slide, and we don't need to revisit this if nobody wants to. Again, this was simply a concept. So you currently have equestrian trails on both sides of the street.
Yeah, this one.
So this was simply an idea of perhaps you'd make one of the sides a hardscape path, and that could provide.
You have to have them on both sides of the street. Both sides.
Okay.
You had one clip that was just before that, the one on the right-hand side, I think, or before that one, they had an arrow saying possible sidewalks, an arrow to it.
Oh, yeah, this one here, the idea here was simply saying that, again, as new development happens, and this is what I was saying with how you sort of require that new development be set back to build the frontage that you need. It would be nice to have a paved area for people to walk. So we were simply suggesting that could happen in that additional setback behind the horse trail so that you're not messing with the horse trail. And then the concept of sort of multi-use trailing one side of the DG equestrian trails was simply to create a comfortable place, facility for bikes to have access down the corridor as well. If in this version, you don't have space to actually get them within the curb to curb, because we have the 5 travel lanes here.
Yeah, but I'm getting back to, you can't just, that's what all you can work with. If you built anything over there, they'd make you put the sidewalks in and that way, by code.
Well, I think that's something that we'll have to deal with if and when that happens
Well,
regardless.
it means more mayor we're talking about space. Now you're going into more property width-wise. We're cutting down the street to make that 4 foot. Listen, we're bringing up how wide things have to be. Well, that's one width that you have to situate in there.
Should we move to the, because we're over time?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to suggest. I mean, to me, it sounds like from our last conversation anyway, there's a bit more, I think, a bit more comfort level that some of these improvements with the various tools we have, and then certainly those along 6th, could still integrate with the equestrian owners, trailers. I mean, that was kind of the point we were trying to move forward from, and that as an outcome for 6th, using some of these tools are worth talking more with the public. Do we have consensus there?
Not for me, no. I'm kind of curious as far as a policy direction, where you're taking us from our current general plan land use element that I guess the principle land use on this, that all 6th Street streetscapes would be rural in nature and no sidewalks, barring any code requirements. And it seems like you're taking us away from that principle that's currently in our land use element today.
Well, these came from our discussions, all of our community engagement in the first phase of this was the community expressing the need for creating 6th Street to be a bit more of a walkable environment and to have shops.
Sure, but how do you fit that with
restaurants.
the Norco lifestyle is more of a challenge. You know? And Danny, I just think back, you know, what Kathy was trying to envision with the street lights and the clock,
Yeah.
you know, and expanding on that, and I'm not seeing that yet. It's just my 2 cents.
Okay. Do you have recommendations? I mean, again, these are our attempt to.
Yeah, certainly, but not for today.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I feel like what you're getting at, Greg, is more look and feel of it, whereas I think they're trying to identify strategies to deal with the.
Yeah, but it's a policy though, Jeff. It's, take a look at our current land use element in the general
Well,
plan.
and what I'm saying is I think the language that you use could still apply here because that speaks more to the look and feel of the development rather than what they're showing here, where it is a bit more modernized, but I think the strategy that they're trying to do is, I think what they're trying to highlight here is strategies to slow down traffic and to bring more pedestrian to it. So
Yeah,
I think
But
they
then
do
you have,
coexist.
then look at, let's see. It's gonna get more, because you have to then look at your economic development on what type of businesses do you want to bring into 6th Street.
I would say, like, we're looking at this because we need to update things, because if we look at what's coming in, it's not creating like a walkable downtown area, if that's what we want, right? Again, if we say that we don't, and it stays as is, then we're not ever gonna get to where we wanna go. So if the policy is only horse trails, no sidewalks, and that's gonna impede a walkable, that may impede a walkable downtown area, right? If you want people to go to.
That's what you want, so they can park and walk down so far, you know, the whole idea. That's why I keep saying, we're looking at, everything is the space, how much room do we have? And that's why I brought up the sidewalks, you know, and that's why I saw that it's set up for future. Yeah, it's gonna be future, all right, definitely. So it's more space you gotta worry about, taking away from either what part, where you're gonna get it. You gotta think of the future, and any kind of build out, I'll be honest with you. The BO here from Norco, it's too bad he doesn't sit in, that way he could tell you the codes for accessibility, he's got a degree in it. And that's priority over everything, is accessibility. So it really is a lot.
Okay, let's, unfortunately, we gotta move on.
Yes.
Let's move on to, Hamner Avenue.
You want to bring up the slides for Hamner?
Sure.
Hamner was towards the end of our presentation, kind of the recommendations for this area last time, and I don't think there was really a lot of dialogue on this, so I'll kind of turn it over to you unless you felt that you hashed this one out enough, or if you want Peter to just give you a 1-minute recap.
Sure. So I'm not gonna go through this because the images take too long, but the basic idea, here we're looking at Hamner Court. Obviously there's a large vacant parcel across from us here at City Hall. So really the goal here was to help think about if this large area at sort of this key gateway, or this key node on Hamner were to redevelop, in what patterns would you like to see that develop in, and then what are the types of uses, what that environment might become. So really this was a concept of how it might become, rather than thinking about this as sort of a project that would fill up this space, how might this space be utilized into town through the insertion of block streets, open spaces, and then potential improvements to the Hamner Gateway itself. So this is really looking at this segment with a circle around it. This is just a conceptual illustration of how new development along Hamner might create its own little activity center, a little Main Street environment coming off of Hamner with some gateway buildings, maybe having, let's see, we have building plans, we don't. The idea of maybe having, maybe a grocery market on the south side of the street, that this area along the freeway might include some of the employment generating uses like we have across Hamner and Town and Country, and then this area across from City here. And then again, this is the same type of exercise that we just talked about on Sixth Street, which is what are the existing needs of the Hamner corridor, the roadway now, and how might additional facilities, be it streetscape for sort of the design aesthetic of the street, or facilities for bikes, transit, parking to support a few businesses, how might those be integrated in a way, and then what might that look like? And hopefully more reflective of Norco's overall character.
Anyone? You know, Henry, you're very welcome to speak up.
Yes, I've nothing to add, but I will say when I like think of Hamner, that's not really what I would think of. Like that image of, like just that image, it's not what I would view Hamner as. And same with, I know how we were pointing out on the 6th Street one, I know we moved on from that, but with like all the medians and that's not really my image of like the Norco that I see. So that's just my input.
I really like the medians on Hamner. I think it adds, right now it's just a highway. You're just flying down it and you get to the store you want, you go in. That to me just adds so much more character to the town, and if you could do it in pockets like you were talking about, as opposed obviously to make a whole street. I just think that would bring so much more. You have a little Main Street out to the side. To me, it's aesthetically pleasing compared to what's out there now.
Well, I think you could just go further down into Corona and see their median in there.
Yeah,
It does feel
yeah,
different.
it does.
We don't want to go there.
Well, you guys have medians. You guys have medians on Hamner. I think not in this particular segment. You do further north.
Yeah, much
Try
better.
They're
this
like
out.
cobbled, basically, or mostly cobbled.
Yeah. But to have actual vegetation and maybe some trees just adds so much more character to the street.
If you remember, a few years back, when the recession hit, they quit taking care of the medians down there.
It's true, that's true. If you don't take care of it, then it really looks bad.
Yeah, short-handed and everything, it made a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I like that, making it little neighborhood, including the streets. This looks safer, right? Like Hamner, people fly down Hamner. This looks like a street that people are not flying down. I won't bike on Hamner unless I'm on a sidewalk because I feel like you're taking your life into your hands. And Hamner doesn't have horse trails. Hamner, it doesn't really have a feel of our city to me. It's just a street through it at any other city. This gives it, you know, some more charm, a bigger sense of place from people driving through. It certainly slows people down.
It's a former state highway.
I think you could spruce it up, the media, with the metal sculptures arranged to the horses and that thing, put that in all attention, make it look court. I mean, you can, well, you decorate it, make
Yeah.
a difference.
And the architectural design, the same thing.
Yeah. Let it rust.
Yeah, it looks better.
Well, the beauty of doing that right where you're talking about is the fact that you've got, what, 200 employees at the Navy base. The prison, for as long as it's here, you've got several hundred employees. You've got the school district with several hundred employees. One of the reasons our senior center works so well is that people can walk to the store, walk to their doctor, Dr. Nelson's, they go to the post office. And I mean, this might be a concept where we decide we're going to have the businesses at the homes at the top and then the businesses in the bottom, something like that. Create like a Western style Victoria garden.
Well, we all know on franchises, they don't want to, we made them do it, not anything good, they don't want to change anything, other than like Bottoms had to put the hat on.
But they did it.
They put the hat, cowboy boots on. But even in the hotels and stuff, they try to make it like Western, but it makes it hard. Like when you're a franchise, a lot of them, they don't want to budge.
But that's where some of these
But they
street
will.
elements,
You give them the option.
we could, I feel
But
like,
they
easier
don't give them the
addition
option.
to make rustic, like, to the point of like.
And what we're really talking about rustic is 1930s Midwestern. The truth is, we're not talking Dodge City.
Right.
We're talking, you know. And the one instance where Greg was, I think you were on planning, where the council balked at Rite Aid. And I really think that Rite Aid really wanted to be there. And
Yes.
they probably
Yeah,
were there too.
Oh, yeah, we wanted some ladies.
Yeah, it was a 5-0 vote that the architecture sucked.
Yeah,
The council was so desperate to get it that they didn't listen to the recommendation.
Looked like a box of Neapolitan and ice cream when they were doing it.
I will say too, I think our staff, with all this leadership, is getting more sophisticated about finessing architecture with applicants. I know Vince has been doing that. We brought in outside help to even help us do that on at least one occasion. So I think that's really important too.
Why would a planner need outside help?
Well, they're not designers, right? So getting someone to come in and do architectural help a developer think about
Put that burden on
actualize.
the developer, why shouldn't?
Well, it's a way to help get what we want. I mean, that's part of our role, is to help make sure that what they're proposing fits the market way.
Danny, I was gonna mention, you mentioned, you know, horses, sculptures, whatever, on
Yeah.
Hammer Avenue, that, I'm almost well aware of this, that Planning Commission has had a policy for quite a while. All new developments are required to have monumental art.
Good.
Right, and it burdens on the developer.
Yeah. And that's like you were saying about the clocks and stuff like that.
Right.
oh, we even got a grocery outlet.
Yeah, grocery outlet.
Would you talk about
Yeah,
that?
well, that's a
Maybe it's
little,
not great.
Yeah,
That's
no,
the
it's not,
example.
that is what
Yeah.
it's,
There.
Yeah, they're safe from cars that way.
I don't know what you guys, if we can survive as the kind of community we are, as I talk about us being a patch of green surrounded by an ever-growing sea of concrete. I mean, you go to Eastvale after 5:30 and there's nowhere to park in the street because there's so many people living in the houses. And that's a minor issue there. It'll be major in 5 years. But if we can survive, I have to think that Norco, just because of the elbow room, create something like this might become more and more feasible. And if Silver Lakes goes back to the bridge area that's done, what do you think? Do you think we would have, let's say we hit 30,000 people in Norco. Would it sustain something like this? Or would Silver Lakes attract people when the bridge is done? What do you think?
David Bergman, are you on?
Yeah, even the biggest thing I.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
did you hear Mayor Bassett's question?
Could you repeat, please?
Well, I'm just thinking, you know, Norco, if we're able to hang on to this lifestyle, and if Silver Lakes takes off the way what it looked like it was doing pre-pandemic, would a community, let's say we grow to 30,000 people, let's say the prison closes, but we maintain a Navy base, we maintain all the public buildings, do you think we could sustain something like what we're seeing on Hammer Avenue?
Well, we haven't seen done a market study on the volumes. In general, I would say that there is an opportunity for Norco to capture its existing resident spending that's leaking out of the community, so that there's opportunity for more commercial space, particularly retail and consumer serving, things like food and beverage, restaurant. Those are the areas where there are the biggest gaps today. Looking forward, if the population grows, if there are more visitors coming into the community for special events like at the Ingalls Center and at Silver Lakes, that only suggests additional support for those kinds of commercial uses along Hammer. So, you know, without having done the study to say exactly how many square feet are supportable, the general concept is a direction that your economy would benefit from in sort of three ways. The first is that it's, you know, more economic activity, more growth, small business growth, employment, general economic growth. That's one thing. The second is reinvestment in the physical stock of the city, so increasing assessed valuations. that come with new development, which helps the fiscal well-being of the city. And then thirdly, economic activity that creates taxable transactions, which is largely going to happen through things like food and beverage and then transient occupancy tax, and you can have hotels there eventually, but a strategy that's focused on that kind of consumer spending will have a benefit for the city's general fund revenue. So those are the sort of the three levels why there's an economic benefit to this kind of approach.
And then the other thing I noticed in some of the drawings, people hate to go to the Target Center in Eastville because it's so hard to get in and out of. One of the things that our staff has done for 20 years, you go to our Target Center, it's so easy to get into and get out of. Our Stater Brothers, if you notice, our stuff's easy to get in and out of. And I guess, are we able to plan something so that it's easier to get in and out of, so that we would attract, I know people in Eastville come to Norco's Target because it's so easy to navigate. Is that something that, because this seems very confined, is there some way that we could put into our general plan more open types of developments?
One thing I would say before I turn it over to the traffic and physical planners is that this vision also has got different kinds of businesses than a Stater Brothers or a Target. These will be smaller businesses that'll mostly depend on pedestrians, some visibility from the street so that people see it as they drive by in cars. But it's a smaller scale. It's not like, it's more like you would park once and then walk through the district to look at stores, restaurants, cafes. That's how it would operate a little bit differently than something like a Target or a Stater Brothers.
So you would need easy access parking places, probably. That's, if you look at the
These
original
districts
60.
generally have a central parking strategy where you sort of park once, get out and walk. That's usually the approach that's favored.
Or in this scenario, the parking could be behind these buildings.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, so our target parking is obviously in the front, more like a traditional, shopping center. This would be the parking in the back. And the Eastville one, when they did all those curves and things, right? But like a traditional, like small town downtown is a grid. So you can walk, it's very easy to understand and navigate, and Eastville's is not a grid at all.
No, and they have so many people, it's packed all the time.
Yeah,
They have a huge parking lot and it's packed. That's why people come here, because they don't want to park over
it's
there.
just hard to get in and out.
It's also the meandering around.
No, absolutely, yeah, there's not good.
So let's move on to Norco College.
Before we move on,
Yeah.
Commissioner Young, again, has a hand raised.
Oh, hi Tara, sorry, I'm sorry Tara.
That's okay. I just wanted to chime in with everybody else, I do like that look with the medians in the middle. We have to be honest, Hamner right now in its current state it's ugly. I personally don't enjoy driving down it. It's a place to get from one point to another. And I personally think that we can have it all. And I think the more we invest into it, the more we actually give it that charm that I think that was Robin that had mentioned that, then it adds to that tourism piece. Because I see, my vision for the city is that we are a tourist destination, and the more beauty and charm that we can add to more parts of the city, I think that we're going to benefit from being a tourist destination if we can carry that charm even down Hamner. And so yeah, that was just my addition to what we can do with Hamner and the aesthetic look to it.
I would just add one more thing in response to your comments, Mayor Bash. I think when you look at the city, and particularly the areas that we've been focusing on, you don't have that many vacant areas. You do have some very key vacant opportunity sites in the city, and those are going to develop at some point, likely in the cycle of this general plan. So the more this general plan can do to create a clear vision for what the intention for development in those places are, and then provide the development standards that will actually deliver those outcomes, the better you're going to be. Otherwise, you're just going to be at the mercy of whatever the market decides to deliver those sites.
We're talking about what it looks like down there, but the biggest thing I've ever seen since I've lived here are people that come from other cities and comes to Norco, and it's been on the paper quite a few times in pictures, and seeing them going through the drive-through with their horses. That just they gave them the feeding of really, they're back to horses, you know, and gave the feeding of Norco, because we want out of it. Sixth Street, of course, we don't have any horse trails down it, we don't have, you know, so it's awful hard now, it's all trying to make that whole area down Sixth Street to be this western part, but we're trying to make a village off of Sixth Street, which I understand because they have a fast track, so it's awful hard, you know. Sixth Street, we do have designs and things that we have to have in plan, they have to have, looking in like the hotels and buildings, they have a western, but you don't get the feeling until you go down Sixth Street and see that, and that's what I've had so many people down there, I just couldn't believe watching people riding the horses down, going in. That's the first thing they're looking at. They're not looking at maybe places to go shop, but eventually if you had shops there, maybe that would be that too.
Sit and drink beer and watch the horses.
Yeah, and you know, even at bars, you got places to tie up your horses. I mean, they come out here and they go, oh my gosh. And people that moved out here I've talked to, and recently, like 3 years, 5 years, they said it was the best thing they ever did. They just can't believe you have the animals and the types, and they love it. They love it. The other people that are leaving town, they don't love California.
So let's go to the Norco College secondary access.
Yeah, this one we did not bring up last time, so Peter's just going to bring up you're well aware of the issues, but just bring up some of the points of consideration so that we can have a discussion about this.
Yeah, so this is just a slide I put together just briefly to just acknowledge the fact that Norco College has plans for expansion, and that the topic for question of just the importance of secondary access to support their growth plans would be. So currently the only access is coming in off of 3rd, am I saying that? Yeah, 3rd Street. So this is from their master plan, and really we just wanted to open up conversation around consideration on what some of those future connection points or what potential future connection points might be. So this one that I've just dashed in would be a relatively simple one, connecting to Lambton Lane, which would give another access onto Hamner Avenue to the northeast of their current campus. Right now, there's Lambton sort of dead ends, and then the space between is just vacant land. So that would be a fairly straightforward connection. There's the potential to consider connectivity to the south, either down Mountain Avenue or Pacific Avenue. Both of those have fairly direct connections to 2nd Street and the Hidden Valley Parkway freeway interchanges. And then considerations of connectivity to neighborhoods to the east. We understand that there's been some expressed concerns about student drop-off in some of those areas. So really those are the options to discuss, or even the validity of what those connections might look like. And then I think mainly this is a sort of Jason Path conversation to have in terms of the details and considerations. One of the things we were talking about this internally as a team yesterday, and one of Jason's rule of thumbs is that typically middle schools need, I think he says, 2 points of access. High schools, they generally need about 4 points of access. And here you are, college in close proximity to a high school. The college itself only has 1 point. So if they are to be able to successfully expand in the future, then secondary access is just a topic that needs to be addressed.
Well, I know most people don't want it in their neighborhood.
Sure.
That's kind of the biggie, not in my neighborhood. I do like the one that pops out of Hamlet, because that gives you that access. It's not going through anybody's neighborhood. It's a different egress and getting out. I like that one. That's a good possibility.
Who owns that land?
Yeah, I was gonna say, who owns that?
Pat, who owns that land?
Like, I know, I have no idea.
The Norco College does, and then the problem is going down Lambton Lane, the school district has already said they would not allow it. And the other problem is you're going to drive it right through your senior community. In terms of the going into the other neighborhoods, in 1985, they signed an agreement that said they would never go to the point where they had to use those access points. And I have very little sympathy for what they're dumping on Second Street because they needed to step up 2 years ago and claim that street, and they did not do that. So as far as I'm concerned, as I've told, I sit on the advisory committee, as far as I'm concerned, that's going to be turned into a technical something, I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen to that college because they're going to do that. Development happens at the corner of Hamler and Third. You're going to dump 2,000 cars a day on a level 5 street. And the college and the school district, I have begged, pleaded, jumped up and down, called, and they simply they're incapable of doing what they need to do. So I think it'll make a great tech bridge, hospital, something, but I hate to be, I've just lived with this for 3 years. And one of the things that I'm trying to get Congressman Calvert to do is talk to Jimmy Previty. One of the places you could do an access point, and by the way, when it was up for sale, I begged them again, so they're screwing around down at Temescal Valley, and they're going to put themselves on another campus that has no access whatsoever. If they can get it, what Calvert I'd love to have happen is if we relook at Third and Hamner, if we have a developer that would talk to us, but maybe you could run a secondary access point and drop off right behind Humboldt Ford. And you could actually do something that the community would like in terms of, because the college, in their wisdom, on top of a 400-unit apartment complex, they want to build another 120 units. The interesting thing is that when you do, we talked about that years ago, and the problem is, up until a couple of years ago, before we started pushing this, there was no money for junior college residents. Now there is. They don't have to do parking. So they could act, if we could somehow blend this project, but everybody says no, no, no. So I don't know how to help them. They created this problem. It's kind of like Temescal Avenue. The minute they pull buses off, they want us to fix their problem. This is really frustrating. I can't justify ever dumping stuff onto Western and those different streets because promises were made, what, 30 years ago? 30 years ago. And so now, and they want to expand, they want to add all kinds of buildings, and they want to do all kinds of stuff. And this isn't our fault. This isn't our problem.
Well, the college was told, because I was at one of those meetings back in the early 90s when they came in and had a little motorhome where they were told that they needed to get more property right then. And there was property available right then, and they said, no, they weren't going to get that big.
So, and then I talked to the chancellor, you were with me, right? Talked to the chancellor, and he was like, well, there's safety concerns, and what if somebody gets killed? I said, sir, somebody's already been killed at the corner of Third and Hamner. 126 accidents in 2 years, and you guys all sat on your hands and didn't do anything. I want to help this college. I think it's a critical component to the school district and to training people for, they're saying somebody who's 20 years old is going to have 5 jobs in their life. But it's like pushing a noodle up a hill. They don't act. It's like they do weird plans, build gyms, do all kinds of stuff, and yet they keep saying, we have to open the street, we have to open the street. There is no will for any of those 3 access points to be opened. And I don't know what to tell them. We've told them that. When that property came up for sale, Jimmy Privity bought it, it went for like $2.5 million, something crazy. And I just couldn't get the trustee to move, So, and we looked really closely at the Lampton Lane. And the school district said, because ultimately, that's their property you have to go through, and they're like, we're not going to let you go through there. And then they talked about taking it along the Navy base, and the Navy has a pendulum, and you know, because it has all the rust on it, the pendulum, well, if those cars go by there, it'll disrupt the pendulum. And so they won't let them go there. It's a really, we talked about at one point, taking them out to the back, up to Wayne Macon Field, and that was President Parnell. The Navy base was actually amenable to it, and then it's like we couldn't get any movement. So our city, and just since you've been here, you've been involved. I mean, we want to help them, but they gotta kind of help themselves. They overbuilt their college to a point where now they're looking at us to fix their problems. It's like the school district, 10 Skull Avenue. Take away the buses, and now you have a street built in 1909. We're supposed to, we've already spent $7.5 million helping them do stuff. So forgive me, touching on a sore point, kid, you Carol.
That's helpful context.
I've sat on the presidential college president advisory committee for 25 years, and they just don't want to help themselves. So the nearest thing I can think to help themselves is if somehow, and it probably won't happen because they have entitlements, would be to figure out a way that we could get that property owner at the corner of 3rd and Hamner, bring them together with the school district, and somehow create something there. Other than that, I have no idea what to do. Anybody else got some suggestion?
Well,
Great.
there's a storm drain channel that goes, they have to cross to get to Humber. But can we confirm who owns the property for Lambton?
Well, I think.
Is it Norco or is it the school district?
I'm not
And
sure.
how could other people tell them no if it is their property?
Well, and I'm not sure, I'm curious to hear from Jason Pack, in terms of, to back up a step, if the general plan was to call for a road on Lambton, then what are the implications in terms of, for the school district? In other words, ultimately, would the GP control if that is to become a public street, or no?
Because they have to take out the learning center, correct?
No, there's no building
There's
there.
nothing there.
There's no building there.
Well, the original proposal
No,
was
no,
to come
the
right
original-
through where the learning center.
This is the
But that, of course,
college,
they could say no
right here,
to.
that's
I
the
think that must
college.
be imminent. Don't
This
we-
right here is the school district where they wanted to go down, Lambton Lane. There's a little ribbon right here owned by the Navy base. They talked about maybe going here, but they're claiming, they're saying that 5 to 10 feet from where you are is owned by the federal government, and they refuse to allow any talk to go out onto that street.
But no, I think, Kevin, that Lambton segment right there,
Yeah,
there's
that's
nothing
it.
there. It's
No,
a little,
nothing
it's a
there.
little
Well, where they
narrow.
wanted to go was between the two buildings.
Go straight up the hill.
Right, there's a hill there right now.
Straight, they want to go straight up.
There's a hill.
And your folks own a building right on the corner.
Not anymore, no.
Yeah, see, there's nothing there. Like, in terms of a building, there's no building there. Yeah, that's my
They
question. Like,
didn't
if we
want to
just said,
go
hey, you
here.
could have your road there, and that's it.
They wanted to go here. They wanted to go around this way and go like this.
So this is
But
the,
remember, this is also federal government, that big thing that they have sitting there. So,
right, so I think that the question today for you guys is like that the traffic folks had drawn this potential road through a possible spot. Is that something you're even interested in looking at? Not that is it feasible, could we do it, but is that even something you're interested in looking at from a planning, long-range planning perspective for the next 25 years?
I think we should.
Yeah, and then
That's
I'm
always
curious
thought
about
that would
Jason,
work.
because I think this came from Jason, like what his thoughts are with regard to the issues that were just noted about the ownership and so forth.
there was some reason they didn't want to go down.
Yeah, Lori, I'm not sure I heard all of your questions since I am in the car, but, I'd like to spin it like this is the city's opportunity to say, if we think it's a good idea to have another road going to Norco College, where does the city want it to be? So put it back on the city dictating terms instead of just trying to help negotiate the whims of the university, on whatever day they come and they talk to you about the other alternatives that have been investigated. So I think the first thing is this important to get another access in for the city? If the answer is no, then we just don't identify any access to the college or the general plan. If the answer is yes, then we dictate, we as the city of Norco think the best place for it is here, and you built that into the general plan so that in the future, the college does come and say, we think it's time, you have a clear direction or it's already been thought about as to where it's in the city's best interest for it to go.
And Jason, the sort of to think about that question in terms of, do we want to provide secondary access? What are the threats, let's say, to not providing second access? The impacts, I suppose, as it relates to the city's interests.
Yeah, so I think the biggest impacts, first and foremost, relate to safety components. So, I mean, we do have the 2 fire gates at the access points to the neighborhood. But if there is an emergency evacuation, if there is a need to get an ambulance in, there's a collision on the existing access point, kind of that redundancy in the network is the first and foremost thing that comes to my mind from a safety perspective. The second one is just trying to distribute a little bit of that demand that right now is so focused on 3rd Street. I think it spills down to 2nd Street. And if you're accessing Norco College, most people are coming in off of 2nd Street, I would presume, because it's the closest access. We get a second access that's a little bit further north. Now all of a sudden, you know, maybe 6th Street access from the freeway becomes a little more attractive. You know, maybe you're using different routes. So it's to kind of help spread the traffic out a little bit so it's not all inundated at one specific location. So those are kind of the key considerations that I see, at least from a traffic engineering perspective. And like you said, I have my general rules of thumb. Just, you know, I'm a parent, I've got a daughter in high school, and I have 2 daughters go through middle school and elementary school. You know, there's frustrations of getting kids dropped off at high schools, and you do have one there, plus the college. So it's to help minimize some of that as well. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thanks, Jason.
The problem with the Lantern Lane is that that was ruled out because there's a mountain there, and in the middle of the mountain there's something that is owned, that's privately owned, and they felt that it would cost too much. You'd have to lower the hill, and you'd have to figure out a way to relocate all that hardware that's on top of the hill. That's why they were looking to go between the school. My problem with both of those, the fact that they'll go right through the senior center. And that's a very successful senior center. I think that just the 2 apartment complexes and the senior center, and you see them walking all the time. I just don't know.
Well, the safety concern seems to me if there were to be, you know, let's say a shooting or something, and we haven't provided any other access, right? There's a large number of students who are there. In terms of all of the options that we've looked at, you know, that seems to be the only option. I don't know that we have to solve all their problems for them, but if we want to say, hey, if you want access, it would have to be here, and they would have to figure out how to make it.
Well, actually, Lori, aren't they going to be doing training on the crash gates and stuff when we talk to them?
Yeah, they're gonna do it as well.
They have an access point through the Navy base, which the Navy has agreed to open. They have access points going west, west and then south, and then obviously through the 1. So all of those are options. There's even another gate where you can go hook yourself going into Western, going toward Wayne Macon. And one of the things when we met with the chancellor was that they needed to do training with their police department and their fire department to understand how to use those crash gates in the event of a shooting or something like that.
And they can also use horse trail for access.
And that was the other thing we talked about, is the horse trail can also, it's wide enough, it's specifically wide enough for, until they put their sign in, it was specifically wide enough for fire trucks.
In terms of disbursement of traffic accessing the college, is that in the city's
I think
interest?
those are only emergency.
Only an emergency.
And that can be addressed in the safety element as well.
I think I'm with Catherine on here in that we really just need to provide the option and the vision for where it best suits the city. And Kevin highlighted the challenges that they have on it. And I think they're going to have challenge no matter what. And I think the key is that we identify what works for us.
Yeah, and I would just say, thinking about the long-term impact, if they don't have another one, then they're going to take whatever programs they have and they're going to put them in another city probably. So just to think about, you know, if we're fine with that, but just, it might have ramifications in that sense, right? Of them, they're going to.
Well, we asked them to open a satellite in Corona years ago because they were putting too many kids at this campus.
They've never followed their master
They've
plan.
never followed them.
And
So-
you gotta see the new master plan, they want to build all kinds of
And I
stuff.
guess that's where Kevin's frustration comes from, is we've tried and we've tried and we've tried. And it's all lip service at the table. So it's unfortunate.
It's a very staff-driven organization, the trustees didn't work. And even when the third hammer came available, I was on the phone.
Well, and ultimately, like, my opinion is we have to keep the promise with the residents. The trustees aren't ever gonna come back us up for, trying to keep our promises or do what we said, and when they're not even doing what they said they were gonna do with the college. So, like, at this point in time, my inclination is we need to do what's best for our residents and keep those kids, the parking and traffic out of our residential neighborhoods. And I understand the safety concerns, but there's been the crash gates and things implemented as a give from the city on those. So I feel like we've done our part until we see the trustees move or do anything that they said they would do. I don't feel like.
I mean, they're just now saying, oh yeah, Third Street is our street, and boy, if you try to put that in, we're gonna fight,
That's like
they're
the
a little
20th
late.
time they've said that.
And then the other thing is I've advised them to reach out to the developer, well, maybe they should try, because it would still be a profitable development, and they would still get their apartments, and you might be able to get a road through there, widen the road, there could be all kinds of options. But, Robin, that's the problem, is they haven't delivered on anything they promised, not one thing. And we really support that college, we support JFK, and it's just frustrating.
So my last question would be, could they force our hand and force us to put access somewhere that is not where we would want it if we haven't planned for it?
Jason, can you chime in on that question? Did you hear that question?
I think she asked, could they force the city to put in access where it's not planned? I don't think so, not within the city limits. The city would ultimately have the ability to identify whether it would be implemented or.
Thank you.
John Harper was asked that question a long time ago, because they were saying, well, we're gonna make you open the streets. John Harper looked it up and came back and told us that, no, the only thing we have to provide is emergency access and egress and getting in and out, so.
And Kevin and I were with the chancellor, we told him absolutely not to go south or west, it's just not gonna happen. So the question is, is there an appetite to try to find another route? The western and south are just completely off the table.
And the Navy, if the Navy would play ball,
Right.
But the problem is they are claiming that they own that 5 to 10 feet, and they're also claiming that it would mess with their instrumentation, and that's what they do, is they are a body, that's what they do. They have these very sensitive things.
But if that's beneficial to the city, is that worth putting in the general plan, is maybe in the long term that changes?
I mean, we could put it in, but that's,
It's not our job to make it happen.
it's not also, there's so much congressional protection about this Navy. It's a huge employer, and they're like off limits for everything. I've been in meetings with captains where they're just like adamant, that's not gonna happen. We're not gonna give you an inch. So, because we did try to put a road there.
Okay. All right, I think we can move on to our last few topics here. Let's see. Where are we? I think the equestrian agricultural housing. These last bunch of topics we did already talk about, so I really, we only have about, 20 minutes or so left, so I really like people to speak up on any topic that they felt wasn't covered, but we'll continue to go through here.
Should I focus on as it relates to development?
Yeah, I think the housing types, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, so the main idea here, I think the overriding people to enjoy the agrarian lifestyle that Norco treasures. And to the extent that that relates to new development, perhaps there's an opportunity that the general plan provides more direction so that you're not just getting whatever the market wants to deliver, but maybe you're getting types of development that are much more catered to and curated toward the type of community that you are and that you want to become. So some of the examples that we showed, this is an example from Walnut Creek, where you have an HOA on a neighborhood area, and then through that HOA you have shared equestrian facilities such as horse stables that are actively managed, equestrian riding rings, equestrian facilities, basically enabling people to live and not have to own their own barn, care for their own horse necessarily, but to be able to still enjoy that aspect of the lifestyle. So that's one version of that. We explored briefly the concept of you have large areas of, you have a lot of areas in the city, particularly on the east side of the freeway, where you have these very large rural parcels. When we look at those sort of in aerial, without doing a deep dive on the utilization of everybody's properties, we notice that there's a lot of land, some of which might not be always being utilized. So is it worth considering options where the general plan could provide mechanisms by which property owners might have somewhat like in this concept that we're showing, this could be like a condo association where you could have a group of properties that might decide together that they could effectively cluster rural development and then have larger areas where you could have more efficient agricultural uses, perhaps larger shared equestrian uses. So that was a concept we were looking at here. And then at a smaller scale, on some of these sites, these were a few of the potential development sites that we showed on 6th Street, how even an individual development itself, multifamily development perhaps, might include shared facilities, be it little community gardens in the courtyard around which development is oriented, or in this version, you could have shared equestrian uses as part of an individual project that again could just enable different types of owners to enjoy that agrarian lifestyle without having to own a quarter-acre parcel and do all of that on their own site. So I think that's really the main concept here. We've not done a detailed test of the feasibility of any of these types. The question is it something that you all are interested in general plan speaking to, incentivizing development that brings with it and enables the agrarian lifestyle to more types of people.
It's half acre, not quarter acre.
Sorry, half acre, yes.
But I think one of the things when we were talking about 4th and Hamner that Kevin brought up in that when he asked if it would be able to support the lifestyle, I think that's one of the important things for us to acknowledge is that you need a certain number of tax-paying residents to support the lifestyle that we're going to need. And the state is pushing down these high-density residential requirements. And I feel like part of our general plan needs to address that and put it in a place that we want it to be, so that it's not, because we have a lot of well-developed rural communities, little residential pockets that there's land and stuff like that, but we don't want high-density housing going into it. But like the 4th and Hamner, it would be a great place for not going into an existing residential area where you could have some of that high-density. So I think we need to do something like that. I'm not sure if I think we've identified a lot of that in our housing element. I think it's part of just maybe adding to that and really pushing to see how we want those areas to be developed, not simply that those are the area. In terms of not just high density, but mixed use, so that we can, with that.
Well, some of these are different than, so we have our HDO overlays already that have provisions in them to provide agricultural amenities. And then if we were to do some mixed use, right, in some of our downtown areas, but these look to me, they're in between that.
Yeah,
right?
all of the examples that we illustrated, particularly along 6, are what are sometimes referred to as middle types. So it's basically neighborhood scale multifamily that looks like houses. So this is actually a courtyard apartment that I used to live in, and it looks like
Where's that at?
That's in Pasadena. So it looks like it's actually 2 properties. So each property is a half of a court, and I think there's 8 units in each property, but it's on a street of single-family residential homes.
You know what I've often wondered is the state has forced us to create big blocks. Is there a way that you can, rather than have big blocks, but have an acre here with a courtyard of, let's say, 10 homes, and then a half acre over here with, let's say, courtyards, and create nice little courtyards so you don't have this huge density of 400 apartments in one spot? Does the state allow you to do that?
Yes.
So
We
that
have
you-
to zone for it. And we're not.
And what we do is, and then we just sort of say, okay, they have an acre here, an acre here, an acre here, we've now created 3 acres. But rather than, so you have like maybe 20 houses or on 2 acres or something like that. And make, rather than, like I said, a huge apartment complex. Maybe we need to look at that. And, because, I mean, we don't even notice the one that's on Detroit. We used to have another one that was on 6th Street that I remember as a kid was actually pretty nice. And it became kind of a bad place. You didn't even know it was there. It was a little U-shape. And I just wonder if maybe what we need to do is find a way to adapt Norco style to what they're forcing us to do. I mean, I think I sent you the photo of the ones in Corona. There's these cute little courtyards that have, I'll bet there's 15, 20 little units in them. And they're just cute. I mean, I just wonder if that might be a way to go.
Yeah, I mean, and the mechanism for dealing with the state is just to have objective metrics that you give to developers that say, when I'm developing this parcel, here are the rules, and they're objective, they're not discretionary. So the clearer those can be, and the clearer they can be to deliver the very clear outcomes that you all agreed you want, that's how you're going to get those results.
Does council or planning commission, is that something we might want to look at? Rather than have the big gigantic properties and look at maybe breaking them up somehow?
Well, I think so let's say there's a 5-acre ranch, right? And someone puts it up for sale. Right now, they could split it up into half-acre lots.
Right.
That's all they could technically do. But the question, I think, is would we want to allow for some other type of equestrian or agricultural housing? And I would just say, whatever the outcome of that discussion is, we lack different housing types in our city. And so we lose on a couple ends. I think it's hard for young families to get in, or young professionals, and I think it's hard for our seniors sometimes to stay because they have such large lots. Now, whether we want to change that or not is a different thing, but just to say, we don't have a lot of, places to kind of have people, our waiting list on our senior apartments is a few years, right? There's not a lot of places for people to stay, and sometimes people have to leave because they're no longer able to keep up their lots, or they're not able to come and get started as soon as they would have liked to because it takes them a while to build up to be able to purchase here, so.
I'm thinking more along Hamner Avenue, creating courtyards. I'm thinking along 6th Street, create an area, just, you take a quarter acre and say, okay, this area we zone for this number of apartments. I don't know. Do we need to move on to the next topic? Okay. So that's something we can bring up, maybe Lori? Gateway?
Hamner Gateway, we did have a pretty lengthy discussion about Hamner Gateway last time. We felt like we got pretty unified feedback from that, but I just wanted to bring it back up as an opportunity if anybody felt like they didn't
I would love to do is I'd love to fill in the hole. So at the corner of, near the corner, behind the Shell station, there's a big hole that for some reason was never developed. And it's got these kind of old buildings down at the bottom. I'd love to fill that in and put something in there. But other than that,
Where's that
Are
at?
you talking about this here on the northwest? Or no, I'm sorry, this is Flip. But
right across the street from Target.
Yeah, he's at the other.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
so-
at
Older places.
He's at the bridge and.
Oh, you're on the, oh, I'm sorry.
Right there, he's at the northern end.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my fault.
No, I really like the gateway concept. I think as far as a general plan indicating goals, I think it's one that is actually feasible. I know that there's challenges, but I think there's challenge in any of these plans, but having a cohesive plan for it and some image of what we would like it to be is definitely helpful.
I like that you capture the attention of people coming into town and get some of that, hopefully income from them and stopping and shopping. And also, it just makes a great presentation rather than up around hill and old houses.
Yeah, I think live, work down Hamden, because the way it's developed already, would be ideal for businesses that can stop in and live up above. And you see a lot of it in Orange County, and work on Main Streets, a lot of them, like that one would be. And they make the fronts look real nice, and units above it were good.
Downtown Brea did that, and it came out really beautiful.
Yeah, they make it real
Stores
nice, and that would be live, work. I think that's part of the history of North Hamden, because it just hasn't gone over real good. We've tried many years to develop it in Western, but you get so many people, they fight you tooth and nail, I know in City Hall, and make it look kind of Western looking. And I think you got to think about making money for the city. I think something like that, where you're living above, and then somebody, a client underneath has a business. And you see it, I would say, it would be, I don't know if you guys ever get any good pictures of good work down in Orange County, and it really looks nice.
Yep.
Well, Lori and Alma and I, towards Sixth Street one day, and picked out some places there that would take a lot of the ideas for that. You know, and you got plenty of parking around the lane and deep properties.
So you get the two incomes, you get business income from the person that has, anybody that has a business, plus the people that own and living above it.
There's Little Town Windsor, and they have a darling downtown the same way, and it's very western and rustic the way it's laid out, but they have some live work. But it looks kind of like those old, you know, like where they have the fake front, you know, but there's actually units there, so it fits in very well in their little downtown area, you know. Doesn't feel like a big apartment area, you know, to the point of what we're trying to avoid.
The other piece of it too is like the old City Hall, that was a Spanish Mediterranean design that they turned into Western. And one of the things that I like to see that you already see a lot of buildings that have the tile roofs. And that's still kind of Western, Spanish, colonial Mediterranean type. I like to see some of that kind of stuff. This one, I don't know what that style is. It's a cool box with Norco on top of it.
I remember that.
So you want to move on to the next one?
Yep. Last one is the Norconian site, which again, we did, that one I think we got a fairly good discussion on, but if you need to go through your 1 minute overview again.
Yeah, so and again, the basic idea of these slides was simply to think about if the Norconian site, the prison never ceases to be prison, how might the general plan speak to sort of a long-term vision of how this part of town could evolve? So we showed you some, initial concepts, really based on the idea of potentially preserving some of what was there, even in the prison site, and inserting like in other areas, inserting a network of walkable neighborhood streets, alleys, paseos, etc. We showed concepts for how even some of the existing buildings might be adapted, whether that be into housing or into office. This is just a concept through some of those buildings along 4th Street, where you could theoretically have parking underneath them. I think they're all on piers now, and then you could have courtyards between them. And then thinking about concepts for how might the former hotel be adaptively reused, restored in some form, and then what types of uses might that be. So in this concept, we showed it, potentially becoming a hotel once again. We showed the concept of some vineyards being planted in the south-facing side of the hill. Maybe you could have a winery up there, and that could be a really special destination in the city, but it could be a number of other things. And there's a bunch of examples that we showed of former hotels being adapted into different uses, a couple of which are in Pasadena, and some of these other examples as well. And then we haven't updated, we did take notes of this, we haven't updated these drawings yet, but I think Mirabash, you mentioned that there's a existing theater on the site that we.
Theater chapel, and then to the very right, you have the old Corman quarters.
So
Yes,
we'll
so
adjust
this will be
these diagrams to reflect that.
But the idea with this was just, should we be moving forward with a long-term, we know it's very long-term, but including things in the general plan that would ensure a different form with the street network in there, and then potentially broaden the uses to allow for some of these other things that your current zoning doesn't allow for there, and then also potentially limiting uses to make sure industrial or warehousing doesn't go down there.
I would like it to match the Mediterranean architecture, whatever you put. Create.
You're talking about keeping the lake, right?
Well, the lake, that would be wonderful if it ever got back from the Navy, but the thing is that you've got all those Kyle Beelman buildings, you've got the Norco, the Dwight Gibbs building, but then you have all those Navy-built buildings that follow the same architecture, and it might be nice if you swept down the hill with those tile roofs. It'd be really pretty incredible.
It's a spectacular site.
Yeah, I think we need a long-term vision for that, because we want
I mean, it's-
everything in place for when that closes. We're not then ending up with something that we didn't want, right?
Like when Tara's talking about it being a attraction, it would be such a big draw if we could kind of restore some of the Hotel Norconian, and I mean, your idea about the vineyard, if we can actually have that there, that would be somewhere that people would travel from well out of town to come see.
The views are just, you go to the old nurses' quarters, north and south, and you go into the sort of the views are, you go to that top floor, and you've got the big solar windows. They're amazing views.
Is there parking under the old hotel? This is
No.
a side. We're trying to figure that out.
The parking's off to the side.
Okay.
It's all cattywampus all through there. I don't think you'd be able to create parking underneath the standardized temporary buildings.
Yeah, no, we were trying to see what day.
They still got the springs coming up in it.
Yeah, no, that whole wooden system is all gone now. Chad pulls his hair out because of the hot water. That's what happened to Chad. You know that.
You mean we came with hair?
He had hair, and then he met the hot springs. And the nitrates.
That is our last topic then, so thank you for having this conversation. I think most or all of you came to the original open house, so you can kind of envision the format at the barn. So generally speaking, these topic areas will be our stations. So we encourage everybody to come, and of course we'll be refining these some. If you want to reach out before the workshop with any other, half hour or hour Zoom meetings, just reach out. And then after we go through this session with the public, we will tally up all of the input and make sure we're bringing that back to you when we come back with sort of a preferred land use and circulation plan and vision upon which
very quickly, are there any public comments?
We have no public comments.
Close public comment. We now adjourn the workshop, and we'll be going. Thank you very much. Come back into session, the March 20, 2024 City Council meeting. Anything to report?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's no report.
All right, we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance, and since we have Troy Clark here, he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reverend, take it away, sir.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to say thank the City Council, Mayor, for an opportunity just to be in agreement for prayer. And if we ever needed prayer in America, we need it now. And so if you guys can be so kindly and bow your heads and be in agreement with me as we go before the Lord. Father, you said in your word in James 4:2, we have not because we ask not. But I'm asking now that you would just bless the Mayor Kevin and the city council members, the city parks directors, the clerks that all are part, the chief of police, everybody who plays an integral part in making this city the great city that it is. That being said, Father, you said in Psalms 133, verse 1, how pleasant it is when brothers dwell together in unity. And I decree and I declare now that unity, oh God, will be in this meeting tonight. You said in your word that all things are working together for the good. You said that the just shall walk by faith and not by sight. Lord, these council members, they are walking by faith, oh God, that they will govern the people the way that you will have them to do, fairly and expeditiously, oh God. And every amendment or every thing that they have on board tonight to vote on, I pray, Father, that it will be successful and it be in the spirit of unity. I ask you this now. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So tonight, the City Council is recognizing March as Women's History Month by presenting a proclamation to recognize local women who have contributed to the economic, cultural, spiritual, and/or political development of our city. Behind me, see Lori Gregg and Naomi Fagan. That was the first time in which two women were actually elected to City Council. It was quite interesting. The three gentlemen that you see standing with them had difficulty. But Naomi Fagan was the one that had the great joy of trying to protect the land that Costco was, where Norco used to be, and she did the best she could. That's why you have the irregular property line to the south. And Lori Gregg was very instrumental in expanding the trail system in the city of Norco. My mother knew them both very well and said, in her opinion, they were the best city council people she ever saw, barring one other person. So I'm also very proud to say that, and it was not by design, we are a city that, except for one department head, is all women. And again, it wasn't by design, it just turned out those were the best people available. We have our first female police chief. Our Navy base, the technical director is a woman. So it's a very interesting time, and I have to say things are going smooth. So I want to thank everybody for coming this evening to participate in this recognition. And I would like to invite Mia Becerra from the Norco Library to give a brief presentation on the library's diversity, equity, and inclusive efforts. But before that, I am going to read our proclamation. I will leave out the whereases. Proclamation in 1978, which, very interesting, was the same year or a year later they were elected, those two women. The Education Task Force of Sonoma County, California, Commission on the Status of Women planned and executed a Women's History Week to commemorate and encourage the study, observance, and celebration of the vital role of women in American history. And in 1980, President Jimmy Carter declared the week of March 8th as National Women's History Week, stating, quote, the achievements, leadership, courage, strength, and love of the women who built America was as vital as that of the men whose names we know so well, unquote. And in 1987, Congress passed Public Law 100-9, designating March as Women's History Month. And since 1995, every American president has designated March as Women's History Month and endorsed a specific theme. And the 2024 theme, quote, women who advocate for equity, diversity, and inclusion, unquote, recognizes women who have worked to eliminate bias and discrimination from society and institutions and to promote equal rights and opportunities for all. And the City of Norco recognizes its local women's history and reflects on the strides we have made to ensure all citizens feel accepted and included. And the City of Norco is a diverse community that is honored to celebrate the history and legacies of women who have contributed to the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of our city, state, and country. Now, therefore, I, Kevin Bash, Mayor of the City of Norco, on behalf of the Norco City Council, do hereby proclaim March 2024 as Women's History Month. In the City of Norco, where all citizens past, present, and future are respected and recognized for their contributions to our community. Now, if I could have Mia come forward. So I would like to present this to you, and if you could say a few words. Why don't you come on this side, address those.
Join me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
What do you want?
I feel like this isn't only an award, or I was about to say an award for me, but I don't even think it's that. And then we sat there. Yes, I was like, oh my gosh, please come up with me. I'm very nervous, so bear with me. All right. My name is Mia. I'm joined by my coworkers, Kathy and Sherry, and my deputy director, Shannon. My coworkers and I are a part of the team of library associates currently working at the Norco Library. We're honored to receive this recognition during Women's History Month for being advocates of equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we're thankful for the opportunity to highlight some of the work that we do. The Norco Library has been serving the residents of the Norco area since July 1930. It was originally located in the old Norco department store with about 500 books borrowed from the Riverside County Library. It later moved to the original Norco Elementary School, and after another 3 moves, it settled at its current location on the first floor of the building located on 3240 Hamner Avenue, Suite 101B. The library holds a growing collection of books, movies, and board games. We have a handful of programs, events, and services for Norco's ever-growing and diverse community. As one of the 35 libraries within the Riverside County Library System, we share our system's mission of creating spaces that are inviting, offer reliable information, and provide enriching experiences to a thriving Riverside County. We also share their vision of fostering an informed, engaged, and connected community through our services and initiatives strengthening the bonds that tie us together. In alignment with Riverside County Library System's mission and vision, we at the Norco Library engage in various projects, programs, and outreach that we believe reflect the interests of our community. In the past, during Women's History Month, we have conducted interviews, charmingly named Her Story Chats, with women who we admire for the work that they do, be they authors, academics, or creatives in media. Last year, with the help of grant funding from the California Humanities Organization, my coworkers and I had the opportunity to interview prominent women in the sphere of activism and community organization. These interviews are available for anyone to watch on our Norco Library YouTube page. We're grateful to have a working relationship with the Norco College and their Read to Succeed program. Their program encourages the community to read together and have discussions among peers. Their events include a book discussion, a student panel, and author talk. Thank you. We do have a lot, so it's a lot, but please bear with me. Every year during March and April, Riverside County Library System partners with In-N-Out for their Cover to Cover program, or their Cover to Cover Club. This asks our patrons from ages 4 to 12 to participate by reading 5 books so they can earn a gift card which they can redeem at In-N-Out for a free hamburger or cheeseburger. Every month, with the help of our wonderful volunteers, we choose a handful of books to put on display that coincide with and recognize the heritage or cultural significance of that month. Showcased on those shelves are authors, stories, and information that are not only interesting, but are relevant to the ideas or voices we are helping to uplift. We have several programs ongoing at the library that are developed by our library associates. We have our very popular story times every Tuesday and Wednesday mornings at 10 a.m. for ages 3 to 5 and 0 to 2. Every second and fourth Tuesday of the month at 5 p.m., our CLS Literacy Services conducts an English Conversation Club, providing a comfortable space for those interested in practicing their English. Thursday mornings at 11 a.m., we have a peaceful crochet and knitting club where members gather to work on their projects and offer helpful advice. There is a family movie night every second and fourth Thursday starting at 5 p.m. Patrons can enjoy a fun and family-friendly movie for free. Say that 5 times fast. On the third Thursday of each month at 4 p.m. is our Lego Club, also known as Block Party, available for responsible Lego users and ages 8 and up. There is a different theme or challenge each time to keep things interesting. And newly created is our Get Lit Short Story Reading Club, which meets on the last Saturday of each month at 2 p.m. for ages 16 and up. This month we are reading My Dear You by Rachel Kong, and printed copies of the short story are available in the library. Lastly, coming up on the 27th, starting at 5:30 p.m., in celebration of Arts and Culture Month, we have an event called Culture in the Campo for all ages, where our CLS Literacy Connect Band, or Library Connect Band, will be providing a story time and craft, and we'll have a special guest speaker, Sabrina Cervantes from the Civil Rights Institute in Southern California. Again, thank you so much for this recognition. We are so appreciative of the community of Norco, and we shall continue to work hard and serve the needs of the community and be supporters of the many fantastically different people we see and hear about every day.
And I know sometimes it's awkward, but you actually don't have to stay for the whole meeting. Unless you want to, you can go right out the door and go watch reruns of Cheers or something. We're not offended, I promise. Thank you so much for coming. Well, now it gives me incredible pleasure to bring Troy Clark from the Navy up to give a Tech Bridge update. This is a project that Norco has been involved in for a decade. There's a hope it would come to fruition, and it is here. So Troy, take it away.
All right, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with so many folks I've known through many years to talk to you about our Naval X Tech Bridge. And let's see, next one. So the Navy created Naval X in 2019, and then Tech Bridges, that was in February 14th, and then later in September, created Tech Bridges to be an off-base location where the Navy could collaborate with non-traditional partners such as small businesses, startups, entrepreneurs, venture capital, local governments, academia, to really drive innovation into the hands of warfighters more quickly to outpace our threats and our adversaries. And the Tech Bridge network quickly grew. Each Tech Bridge is anchored by a naval command, so Naval or Marine Corps, Navy or Marine Corps, and in some cases the fleet. So there are 18 around the world right now. So 16 in the contiguous United States, 1 in London, 1 in Japan. There are 4 in California, the most of any state, and we are the anchor. We were selected as the anchor for the Inland Empire, so San Bernardino and Riverside counties. One of the interesting features, and so it's no mistake that California has 4. It's by design. California has the most uniformed personnel, military personnel of any state in the United States. 80% of those are in Southern California, so from Ventura south. The Inland Empire we're probably the geographic center of all that. You've got your Navy, you've got your in San Diego, you've got Camp Pendleton, you've got us, you've got March Air Reserve Base, you've got Fort Irwin out in the high desert, Marine Corps Air Logistics Base, the 29 Palms. So we are kind of smack dab in the center of all that. So we touch every service in the United States military, plus Department of Homeland Security Air Marine Operations Center, which is at March. So those are all top national security assets for us. The Inland Empire is also home to the largest Marine Corps base in the world, at 29 Palms. And with that being said, each Tech Bridge because it's anchored to its Navy and Marine Corps command, each has unique tech focus areas that are related back to the mission set for each host command. So the vision my vision for the Inland Empire Tech Bridge is to really be that catalyst for the Inland Empire to be a nationally recognized innovation hub and really drive technology-based economic development through a process called dual use, where it benefits both the military and the private sector. That's important because it can help accelerate technology delivery. One, when you have both markets, increases your total addressable market, so it's much larger. That attracts venture capital, that attracts more attention to it. Which ultimately, the economies of scale will help drive down the cost of that technology, both for the commercial sector as well as the government. So it's one of the unique features of Tech Bridges is to pursue dual use technology. Some of the key highlights of our region, the big vision is to be that innovation super connector across the Inland Empire. Some of the highlights for our Tech Bridge is that we've got, through a partnership with Riverside Community College District and Riverside County, we actually have a Riverside College District owned facility here in Norco through the county. They also house the DoD Procurement Technical Assistance Center, which helps companies get registered and get all their processes in place to do business with the federal government. So that's co-located in that facility as well. So we can create the startups within Tech Bridge, walk them right next door to the office next door, get them set up with the DoD PTAC, which is now rebranded the Apex Accelerator, and get them set up to do business with the federal government. We also have because of the technology-based economic development does require a pipeline of talented STEM professionals. We are partnering with the Science and Technology Education Partnership in Riverside area and for a summer learning lab called STEM in Defense. So that's really wants to take students and expose them to another way that they can serve the national security. So military uniform is an obvious one. DoD civilians like me as a science and engineering command is another way that they may not think of, but it's a good way to serve. And then the other way is as an entrepreneur, a business person, working in the national security innovation space that can bring capability to the fight. So we want to expose these students in high school to this opportunity as another way to serve our country and our national security. And then we also have our brand new pilot program called the Crucible Innovation Accelerator. And if there are any Marines in the house, that is named for the boot camp, Marine Corps boot camp capstone exercise called the Crucible. And so where we really want to indoctrinate and train these startups into really some hardcore training and innovation and entrepreneurship. And then ultimately what I would like to see is that the Tech Bridge kind of help rebrand the IE from the Inland Empire into Innovation Empire. So a little bit about our facilities. It's about 2,000 feet directly in front of me at those industrial buildings across the vacant field there. And again, it's a partnership with the county and community college district. We put it in service on July 11th. That was my first meeting with small businesses and to have technical capability. With some of the features of the programming, we want to have small business innovative research, the SBIR program. We want to have training for that to help companies provide those applications into that program. That provides unidentified investment capital from the federal government into small businesses to help the federal government address problems, technological problems that they want. The cool thing about that is it's non-dilutive capital injection into your innovation ecosystem. We don't have that many SBIR applicants and successful applicants in our region, so I really want to step that up because that's outside money coming into your region, our region. And the Crucible, the startup studios and the business accelerator is part of our Crucible Innovation Accelerator program. It's about 8,000 square feet. It's reconfigurable. It's Class A office space, and we'll want to have collaborating events and networking events there. I want to have some prototyping and makerspace. As well as potential co-working space for startup companies as well. And we're looking forward to working with the city and the county and the community college district that's setting up a grand opening to have you all out there and showcase that facility. So more about the Inland Empire Tech Bridge Crucible. There are two programs primarily, the Startup Studio program and the Accelerator program. The Startup Studio program takes advisors, they form a company, they form a team, a business team first, then they look to address a technological problem, marry that with curated patents out of universities or federal labs like ours to address that problem, and then they bring that technology to market. Then the other one takes existing startups in whatever their technology is, brings it into a DoD application, and again for that dual use pursuit, and kind of takes them to the next level. And what the Crucible programming does is it provides them innovation and entrepreneurship training. It provides mentors and coaches to help kind of get them started and give them advice as they bring their products to market. It's currently at no cost to the participants, and we hope to keep it that way. Another thing that we want to add is a prize challenge. It's a competition amongst the cohorts where they could win, say, $60,000 for a first prize, $50,000 for a second, and on down the line to really incentivize them to participate in this program. And then one of the things that's unique about the Crucible is that we start with the problems first. Many times inventors say, oh, I've got this great solution. Now let me go search a problem to try and fix. But we start with the problems first, look at technology and patents that can help address that problem. And so for our first cohort, we started with 7 problems. Data analytics and visualization, metrology, and telecom are ones that meet challenges that we have as NSWC Corona. The injury prevention and water technologies are from the city of Corona, and then agricultural animal byproduct utilization is from the city of Norco. So one of the things that we wanted to demonstrate with this is that we have, as a region, and stakeholders in our region have problems that need technological solutions. So if we can demonstrate that we have these problems, that we can also have regional solutions, we can demonstrate regional innovation. So I'll have an ask towards the end for that, but just wanted to give you a sense that we're starting with these problems and working our way through them. So far, we just started in February as our first cohort of this 2-year pilot. We have 16 companies altogether, 8 in the startup studio, 8 in the accelerator, so 8 new companies, 8 existing companies. And then we have partnered with both us as a federal lab, UC Riverside, UC Irvine, UCLA, San Diego State, and Stanford universities to have their patents as part of our startup studio. Even before the Crucible started, we worked with Cal State San Bernardino's School of Entrepreneurship. They wanted, as part of their technology commercialization graduate course, they wanted to use one of our patents to teach students how do you take technology and take it to market, looking at all the different use cases, et cetera. One of the companies, they had four ideas that started up. One of the lead ones was a company called Axotech. They wanted to create a handheld COVID breathalyzer using one of our chemical biological laser detection capabilities. I mentioned that congressional interests wanted also to address the fentanyl problem. So I asked them and our inventor, could you adapt that to be a fentanyl detector? So they said yes. They changed their use case. They competed in the Cal State University Startup Challenge, took first place, won $25,000, and are working. We're working with another DoD program to get them a prototype built at no cost to them. But some of the other Crucible programs are using the agricultural waste to generate activated carbon from agricultural waste. That's using a UCR patent, and that's a new startup that's formed around that. Another company is using one of our patents. It's called Tor Water. It's a veteran-owned, services-disabled Navy SEAL who's part of the founders of that company. They are using a patent from one of our scientists to create a desalination device using no additional energy, just pressure and temperature gradients amongst seawater. And then they ultimately want to locate in Corona, Norco area. So we're looking forward to having them join us in our region. Another one came out of Cal Baptist called Blink Defense, using a patent out of Cal Baptist that actually puts cameras in your glasses that monitors your eyes for ocular health for things like glaucoma, presbyopia amongst pediatrics. They just got their FDA clearance. One of the things that we're looking to have them do is put it on warfighters to monitor them for fatigue, stress as they're under watch, standing the watch, and see what other types of performance and readiness that we can derive out of that. They have the unfortunate situation of having the FDA clearance. They just got an order for 2,500 pediatric glasses that now they're going to have to scale and rapidly to meet that demand signal. And then lastly, StarNav, a company out of Riverside, they want to use like GPS type navigation where GPS is denied. So many times in our line of work in defense, our adversaries will jam GPS so your navigation systems will not work. That you probably have experienced sometimes navigating in cities where you lose GPS signal and your maps don't work. So this uses terrestrial signals like television, radio, things like that to create navigation. They talk about a great success story locally. Harupa High School graduate, UC Riverside undergraduate, UC Irvine PhD. The lead founder was recruited to go to Silicon Valley or Orange County or things like that. He said, no, I've got the talent in Riverside. I went to school with him. I want to start my company in Riverside. So he went through the UC Riverside and Riverside Excite Incubator, and now he's with our accelerator. So really proud to have them into our program. And then lastly, on April 23rd, we're hosting the inaugural Inland Empire Innovation Summit. It's going to be at the Riverside Convention Center. We expect to have about 300 folks attend, and we're already half full. We'll have panels, workshops, networking, technology showcases, and then our Crucible companies are going to pitch to the audience and have a competition on their business plans. So we want you to come out and learn about our programs, learn about innovation, and then the House Defense Appropriations Chairman, Congressman Calvert, will be there. He'll be one of our opening speakers, so we're proud to have that, and would open it up for any questions that you have, and just thank you for all the support through the many, many years that we've been trying to launch this. As Kevin said, over a decade. We started this in 2012 and 14 to try and launch this, but we were just ahead of the time. There are a lot of factors in the innovation ecosystem that weren't there yet, but now we are here, and we are glad to be launched, up, and running.
Admiral Verhaag was a captain.
He was.
And Kathy Azevedo signed the very first tech
contract. We signed that patent licensing agreement here in Norco, the first of its kind for the Navy, using some of our measurement technology.
People don't realize that. We were the first. So it was really good. Before there's questions, I really want to thank you, Troy, because you have driven this very hard, and Admiral Verhaag, you two have been the ones that have just pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, and all I did was bug you. So any questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Glad to do it. Merwin?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Troy. It's good to see you again,
again,
but I know how hard you work on all these projects, and we really appreciate it. Good to see you again.
Likewise, thank you so much.
Talk fast.
Sorry, I only had a few minutes.
All right, well, thank you, Troy.
Okay, thank you
Really
all so much.
appreciate your coming in.
My pleasure.
Yeah, fantastic. So moving on to city council member report. Oh, what did I do?
Mayor, we have the 2023 City of Norco
Oh,
accomplishments.
gosh, I'm sorry.
I got a little skipped.
It's Sophia's fault.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, I see what I did. All right, 2023 City of Norco accomplishments.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I may, as our presenters move forward to the seats that are closer to the podium, please, I can introduce them. So we're really super proud to present to you an overview of our 2023 accomplishments, under the council's leadership and direction and vision. Our team has really executed on so many neat things. We thought it was really important to recap those for you for 2023. And as we thought about presenting this to you, our leadership team thought, you get to hear from us all the time, myself and the directors. Instead of hearing from us tonight you're going to hear from some of the other leaders in the organization, the folks that are really the boots on the ground, out delivering services, providing the backbone of our organization. So this team is going to present to you our overview of 2023. So with that, I will introduce our first speaker, which is Sophia Thompson, our Deputy City Clerk.
I was just kidding.
Okay, I'll take the blame. All right, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As Lori has stated, my name is Sophia Thompson, and I am the Deputy City Clerk here at the city. To start off the 2023 accomplishments is strategic direction number 1, involving our enhancement initiatives to promote public health, safety, and wellness within our community. In 2023, our top public safety investment included the Riverside County Sheriff's Office addition of a motor officer to the Norco substation. Deputy Corlew joined Norco in August of 2023, and from August 10th to present, he has issued over 1,000 citations and has had 6 DUI arrests. Deputy Corlew oversees the planning of traffic enforcement operations such as DUI checkpoints, saturation patrol, and distracted driving operations. The communications team also helped relaunch the Facebook page for the Norco Sheriff's Office. With a hype video and updated photo library, Deputy Wittenberg has done a great job using the Facebook page to introduce team members, share behind-scenes footage, provide incident information and traffic advisories, and promote department events. For emergency preparedness, we activated our Emergency Operations Center in August of 2023 during Hurricane Hillary and were able to train staff through firsthand experience. We used the EOC to manage storm conditions and monitor slope failures, allowing us to effectively alert the community. Lastly, we completed the Emergency Shelter and Management Certification, which prepares us for any future disaster responses. And with that, I will hand it over to Alejandra.
I thought citations were known as educational opportunities.
Thank you, Sophia. Good evening, Mayor, Council, community members. I'm Alejandra Gonzalez Marshall and serve in the role of Community Services Manager, and I'm here to present along with my colleagues on these noteworthy 2023 accomplishments. So to expand homeless outreach efforts in 2023, the city obtained $2 million in new grant funds. This includes $1,071,000 from Street Encampment Response Grant and an additional $800,000 of federal funds that were earmarked by Congressman Calvert. To report metrics on these outreach efforts, the city debuted a homeless services dashboard that you'll see on the screen. And this has been shared with stakeholders. And to best address the challenges of homelessness, partnerships have been developed in the regional Santa Ana Riverbed Homeless Encampment Response. And to best address the challenges of homelessness, partnerships have been developed with the regional Santa Ana Riverbed Homeless Encampment Response Collaborative, the Riverside University Health System's Behavioral Health Mobile Crisis Management Team, and Centro Médico Community Clinic. Staff continues to share the resources and the information on services available with residents and local businesses through the distribution of the community resource postcard that's available on the screen as well and at our front desk and welcome desk throughout the city. and works with Norco Chamber of Commerce and faith-based community organizations to serve our high barrier homeless residents who have verifiable ties to the city of Norco. And with that, Kathy?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and our public. Kathy Fiore, Code Enforcement Supervisor, Community Development Department. We did a number of things in 2023 to encourage and enhance health and safety in our community. One of the initial emphasis of our department was to upgrade, enhance, revamp, a lot of other definitions for code enforcement over time. Primarily creating new tools for us to be able to use, whether we're out in the field or attempting to keep case management under control. We moved from manual systems to the in-house database system, and we are now in 50-50 mode, but we will soon be completely dependent on live entries and live management. We also were able to come up with kind of a emphasis for our own activity in the field, and the three of us arrived at educate, assist, and enforce if necessary. We predominantly focused on the education part of it. We are doing more door-to-door personal interaction with our public when we are in a position of having to move in response to a report. We are getting much more positive responses from the community, in that many of them tell us the same thing. They had no idea that they were in violation, and they want to know more about what it will take to be to achieve compliance. Our personal approach to engage our citizens and businesses has been enhanced by a document that is actually called a notice of violation, and it basically outlines everything that they need to know firsthand. And so many of their questions are answered before they return contact to us. We also adopted last year another tool, which is the International Property Maintenance Code, which has helped us go beyond the exterior nuisance abatements of all kinds, and to focus on some of the difficult complaints from tenants and others who are occupying properties they have no control over the conditions of. So we are now able to do a little more in getting inside doors legally to address some of those issues. Our citation process has been upgraded as well. We are following and aligned with the government code and our administrative procedures as well. We also adopted the ADU legalization program this year, which is giving many of our citizens in town an opportunity to voluntarily come forward to initiate legalizing an ADU that may have been in place for decades and may have been in very good condition or otherwise, but a tool, a valuable tool, has come out of both building and planning in a legalization program self-assessment document. So they have something to take home with them and evaluate for themselves where they are in the process and criteria-wise to be able to get that ADU legalized. And in some cases, under certain criteria, can have certain fee waivers associated with it or reduction in fees, depending on the situation. Also this year, we adopted, or modified rather, the existing apiary ordinance or apiary code section in the municipal code to better enhance opportunity for beekeeping in residential areas and to support the local ecosystems. As it was determined that there were many limitations on whether on those folks who did want to get involved in beekeeping, but did not have an opportunity to meet certain criteria that was established in the code. So many of those modifications, setbacks, maybe size of property, and with some good input from specialists, educational specialists in that area, gave them an opportunity to become beekeepers where they otherwise were not legally allowed to do so. Thank you.
Kathy, thank you very much. Hi.
Good evening. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Jackie Salgado, and I am currently a student at Cal State Fullerton. I'm in my first year of the Masters of Public Administration program, and I've been interning here under Lori for about a month now. So human capital is the city's second strategic goal, which is to build a sustainable workforce and to meet the needs of all stakeholders. So part of that goal is employee retention, professional development, and employee engagement. Under retention for 2023, there were 64 employees hired. 17 of those were full-time and 47 of those were part-time. There was also a very low full-time employee turnover rate of about 16%. Two likely factors was the increase in compensation studies and COLA. For professional development, there was more invested in employee professional training, and so that meant sending employees to training and conferences, many of them for the first time. And engagement, there is a newly adopted 2-year MOUs with most employee groups. And what that means is there was an increase in health insurance contribution as well as COLAs. In July of 2023, there was a 1.5% increase, and then there is a scheduled increase this July of 2024 of 2%. And part of engagement is the establishment of employee events committee. So that means that some of the events that they planned for are birthday celebrations, Horse Week, public service recognition, which is an employee appreciation week. And there are so many more other events. These are just a few. And with that, we want to thank the Employee Events Committee for taking time out of their busy workday to plan all of these events. Thank you.
Was that your first presentation? You did very well. Thank you. Good job. Excellent.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Economic development and fiscal stability is the city's third strategic direction, and that is to assure fiscal stability by expanding development efforts, diversifying revenue sources, and continuing prudent fiscal management. And to kind of tear off of that, staff has kicked off the 2050 General Plan Update, which essentially guides the city's development over the next few decades. This General Plan Update will identify economic opportunities that will allow the city to support our rural and agricultural lifestyle. And as part of this as well, staff has conducted various community engagements with residents in the form of pop-up booths, the General Plan open house, which was very well attended, and an online survey. As far as new businesses in town, the True Hotel on Hamner Avenue is expected to open sometime in August or September. There's also the Dutch Brothers Coffee, which is expected to open next month, and the Freddy's Custard to open a little after. And as discussed in the previous presentation, there's also the Inland Empire Tech Bridge that found a location in Norco, which will help innovation in our region. And with that, I'll hand it off to Daphne.
Thank you. Lisette, you'll have more beans to count, you and your team.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Daphne Liu. I'm the finance manager for the finance department of the city. So long-term financial stability is one of the important goals for the city. So sound financial management, including practices and procedures to maintain adequate fund balance for the unseen and unforeseen events. So in 2023, city staff set up a new comprehensive reserve policy. This will help the city to reach healthy reserve level, improve overall financial strength, and ensure the long-term stability for the city. In addition, as we know, city's waste hauler contract will be expired end of this fiscal year, June 30, 2024. So in the past year, staff has been actively working with R3 Consulting Group to develop and implement formal requests for proposal, RFP process. So this RFP established integrity standards that prohibited communications, gifts, or campaign contribution between the prospective bidders with the city manager or the city council. So prior to the reward of the agreement, which safeguard the transparency and the fairness of the selection process. And then in the end, that for the selection will be for the best interest of the city. Number 3 is in September 2023, with City Council's approval, City issue a loan to 5 kids' school and programs to finance the purchase of a permanent farm site in Norco to operate the Eats Farm Cultural Center. As part of a loan agreement, EAT will provide at least 5 hours per month, workshops, classes, events, and programs on topics related to farming and agriculture. These classes are administered by the city and free of charge for city residents. Last point I want to mention is in 2023, city also conduct the Prop 218 hearing for LMD2 and LMD3. The goal for these hearings is to increase assessment district's annual levy to cover the fund deficit on this district, so which in turn will improve the overall financial health for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Hannah Hernandez. I'm the Communications Specialist in the Communications Division. Some may also refer to me as a Gen Z expert. So if you need any translation, just at me or email me. Strategic direction number 4 is communication and stakeholder engagement, and includes initiatives that enhance the stakeholder experience, engage the community, and build brand awareness through proactive, effective, and consistent communication. 2023 marked the 100th anniversary of the creation of the Norco Township. In conjunction with hosting the Centennial Celebration event on May 13th, we developed a marketing and promotional effort with an anniversary logo and limited edition merchandise that paid tribute to Norco's agricultural roots and commemorated a century rooted in rural living. In total, we've sold over $25,000 of merchandise and reached nearly 1 million people through different media outlets. In February 2023, as the Facilities and Maintenance Department prepared to construct the barn, we collaborated to develop a brand strategy to increase the revenue-generating potential of the Ingalls Event Center. Last October, we unveiled a new logo and website that highlights Norco's history and showcases the versatility of the event center to attract new customers. In 5 months, we've received over 100 online reservations and 1 million people through different media outlets. Sorry, I actually read that quite wrong. In 5 months, we received over 100 online reservations and over 10,000 webpage visits. In 2023, we grew our Instagram to over 7,000 followers and our Reels surpassed 200,000 views, which is impressive for a smaller city. While we continue to promote programs, services, and community events, we are dedicating more effort to showcase Norco's animal keeping and small plot agriculture lifestyle to grow our social media audience. We found that things that are typical to people that live in Norco are intriguing to those that do not live in Norco, me included. For example, horses going through a Starbucks drive-thru is not normal in my city. In 2024, we are going to try to highlight more of these moments in hopes of going viral. Just a little side note, if you saw our last video, it's kind of going up in views. In 2023, we were excited to launch FlashVote, our scientific surveying provider. Since launch, over 600 residents joined the survey panel. We've surveyed residents on communication preferences and agricultural programs, and we've also conducted 2 employee surveys. Last February, the City Council adopted its legislative platform. And since then, we've used our communication platforms and worked with local media outlets to communicate about important issues affecting Norco and its lifestyle. Councilmember Grunmeyer was a regular on the 5 o'clock news last year, advocating against AB 233 and advocating to save Chuck, which was a collaborative initiative with the city of Blythe that advocated for the closure of the California Rehabilitation Center in Norco in lieu of closing Chuckawalla Valley State Prison in Blythe. Mayor Bash and Mayor Pro Tem Newton have also been in the news as they work to advocate for the full undergrounding of the Riverside Transmission Reliability Project, and urged the CPUC to consider how above ground transmission lines lead to devastating and deadly wildfires in small, wind-prone, and fire-prone communities like Norco. With that, I believe I'm handing it back over to Alejandra.
I have a question. What do you go through the drive-in where you live? What do you use?
Car, unfortunately. Yeah.
Just teasing.
Or
you.
walk.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Breaking your rhythm. Well done. You're back. Gosh, all the newbies are taking over.
I know, can't get rid of me that quick. All right, in 2023, we were able to establish the Veterans Committee into the Veterans Commission with a total of 14 members. Veterans Commission is crucial to protecting, maintaining, and promoting the Veterans Memorial Plaza and the interests of the veteran community within Norco. Additionally, we established our youth commissioners who sit on several commissions, including Planning, Parks and Recreation, Historical Preservation, Agricultural Heritage Commission, and Streets, Trails, and Utilities, along with our Measure R Citizens Oversight Committee. The youth commissioners are not only involved in the process of each governing body, but are bringing the perspective of the next generation of the city of Norco. With that, I'll hand it back over to Alejandra.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. So, to enhance the stakeholder experience, the city invested in conducting a park and recreations needs assessment to identify community recreation and park needs and priorities, and the assessment is currently ongoing and will continue through this year. So if you had not had the opportunity to provide your input and your feedback on your vision for Norco, please do so. You can do so online through our portal or at one of our outreach or special events. 2023 was an exciting year for community services. Riley Gymnasium launched Open Gym Pickleball and partnered with local businesses to offer pickleball and volleyball contract classes. And then the Rosa Meldridge Senior Center added a new Tai Chi program to their activity schedule. The Tai Chi instructor courses have been funded through a grant award from the National Recreation and Parks Association, aimed to improve senior mobility and wellness. And the Senior Center also applied and was awarded an FTA grant for the purchase of a new senior shuttle for our Seniors on the Move transportation program, and we hope to make that purchase in the next fiscal year. Youth Services launched the Park and Play program, and you might have seen our vibrant vehicle at one of the local parks, bringing recreation activities to children and families. And a partnership was also established with the Ecological Agriculture Training Center and Farm to offer community classes focused on the small plot farming and agriculture to promote Norco as a premier agriculture and animal keeping community. With regards to events, 2023 was also a busy year as we hosted over 20 special events, and the city launched a new partnership program to support these events and secured over $47,000 in partnership donations. Additionally, the city renewed a multi-year partnership agreement with Horse Week, Norco Fair, and Norco Mounted Posse Rodeo, as these community organizations promote equine activities and continue to promote Norco's brand as Horsetown USA.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe it's Anthony up.
Hi, Anthony.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Anthony Balderas. I'm the supervisor for facilities, and I'm honored to be part of the team here in the city of Norco. You guys have a great city here. I enjoy my time here. So with further ado, the infrastructure and asset management. We're going to ensure timely preservation, replacement, improvement, and acquisition of infrastructure and capital assets. Some of the unveilings: the barn at Ingalls Event Center on September 3rd, 2023. We held the barn's grand opening at the Norco Fair Livestock Show and Auction. The barn is a new facility at the Ingalls Event Center that replaced the 3 demolished pole barns. The new 21,000 square foot still monitor buildings strengthens the community's animal keeping identity by creating memorable experience for residents, visitors, and local youth. Investments like the barn will afford local 4-H and FFA members opportunities to showcase their animals and showmanship skills, and will ultimately preserve Norco's agricultural lifestyle and community identity for future generations. Kathy Acevedo Spirit of Norco. On November 5th, 2023, we unveiled the Kathy Acevedo Spirit of Norco Monument. The monument honors Kathy Acevedo, who was a local hero, Horsetown USA advocate, and former Norco mayor. The Spirit of Norco's monument also recognizes those who embody Kathy's bravery, patriotism, leadership, and her unwavering support and unconditional loyalty to Norco. This next July, we will hold a ceremony to honor these other recipients at the monument. Deputy Randy Lutz Memorial Plaque. On December 11, 2023, we unveiled the Randy Lutz Memorial Plaque at the Norco Sheriff's Office. Randy's family and fellow colleagues were in attendance to pay tribute to the Medal of Honor recipient. Deputy Lutz played a major role in initiating the motorcycle program in Norco. While patrolling the Norco area on June 22, 1989, Deputy Lutz was killed in a traffic collision. The Marina Arena Sound System project replaced the original sound system in Marina Arena. The new sound system provides sound for a variety of events, connects with the sound system at Clark Arena, and allows for public address in the event of an emergency. The new system also reduces cost for our community event committees by eliminating the need for temporary sound systems. Fire Station 47, equipment cover, and driveway approach. These improvements were carryover projects for many years. The equipment cover was constructed to provide a shade for the Norco's animal rescue team's equipment. The driveway improvements were needed since the existing pavers were broken and off grade. The ADA upgrades to Clark Field and Ingalls Event Center. The annual ADA upgrades this year include the most recent upgrade to Clark Field to incorporate ADA parking at the park. In addition, upgrades like ADA ramps and walkways were constructed to provide efficient access around the event center. Park improvements. Wayne Macon Sports Complex LED lighting upgrade. The Wayne Macon LED lighting upgrade project replaced all sports field lighting, security lighting, and parking lot lighting at the complex. The lighting upgrade addressed many safety hazards and provides better sports lighting and efficiency energy usage. The lighting upgrade is anticipated to provide up to 10% or more in energy savings. This project was constructed around our youth sports league schedules and was completed in January of this year. Also had Sundance Park wall restoration project, which included the wall restoration of the park that was in disrepair for many years. And we also had park amenity upgrades, fencing, seating, and receptacles.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. So Mark Detienne, IT technician. So for technology improvements that we completed last year, just a few of them. We migrated existing servers to new server infrastructure. So we were able to get rid of some old servers that need to be replaced in our server room. We installed a secondary backup internet connection over at the EOC at Fire Station 47, which provides backup for the whole city, not just for the EOC. We also rolled out an automated employee timesheet system, so no more paper timesheets like we've been doing. And we finished migrating all our email over to Office 365. And then also we integrated DigAlert 811 with our Lucidity work order management system that the public works guys use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening, Council. I'm Jeff Mashani, Utilities and Public Works Supervisor. I'd like to highlight some of the public works projects that were completed throughout the year of 2023. The city completed 4 major water main replacement projects. One of those projects was Bluff Street from River Road to Stagecoach Drive. This project included the installation of almost 5,000 feet of 8-inch ductile iron water main, 73 water service lines, and 16 fire hydrants. Another similar project was a water main project on Bronco Lane, which was replaced in its entirety. Both of these projects were crucial due to the frequency of leaks and water main breaks in these areas over the years. many of which caused disruption in service to the residents and major damage to city roadways. During 2023, 5 major storm drain projects were also completed in the city, one of which being Reservoir Drive from Parmenter Park to Temescal Avenue. I'm sure you remember the lake that used to develop at the park and in the roadway during rainstorms. I know I do because I used to play in it with my friends and ride my bike through it as a kid. A few years back, the city installed a pump station at the park that collects the stormwater and pumps it to the top of the hill where it makes its way to the storm drain system. In 2023, the project was completed with the installation of curbing to mitigate the erosion of the trail heading down the hill on Reservoir to Temescal Avenue. I would also like to highlight that 30 street improvement projects were completed, ranging from slurry sill projects to full reconstructs, one of which being First Street from Hillside to Temescal Avenue. As you may remember, the roadway on First Street between Rock Springs and Temescal was extremely narrow. This area has been fully widened and improved, adding curb and gutter, as well as improving the horse trail. Speaking of improving the horse trails, the city has also completed trail fencing projects on a total of 7 streets, including but not limited to Norco Drive and Cordon from 6th Street all the way to River Road. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the completion of many more projects in 2024.
Thank you very much.
Lori?
And with that, Mayor, I want to give a shout out to the director and the producer of this awesome accomplishments show, which is Kelly Newton, our communications manager. And I just want to thank all of these amazing leaders in our organization for all their work at getting this good work done, and also the work people that aren't here today. So with that, Mayor, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from council?
I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff that are here tonight and that came to speak to us. I know public speaking is usually not high on our list, and I like how some of our leaders delegated that to other staff members. It's been noted. But thank you to everybody that spoke, and you guys work hard day in and day out, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you for what you do for the city. You're a small team, but you're a mighty team, and you get a lot done, and I certainly appreciate all of you guys.
Catherine?
No, it was really great to have all of you here. So thank you for coming on a Wednesday evening, and thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of our residents and our community.
All right, with that, we will move on to city council reports on regional boards. We'll start with Councilmember Grunmeyer. I'm not sure, do they have to stay or are they?
I was going to say, you told the other folks after their presentation they could go.
They absolutely do not need to stay.
Yeah, please don't feel like you have to stay.
No, these are
Go
all
home.
volunteers tonight, but they do not need to
Thank
stay.
you
Y'all
very,
can
very
go home and
much.
eat.
All right. So just attended League of Cities since the last council meeting. Glad to see Aaron was there for a presentation again, and we got a different presentation from Aaron at that meeting, and that's all I have to report.
Catherine?
Yes. That one's not mine. Anyways, Colin, will you, our attorney, would you mind just going over where the item number 1 comes from, the city council report on regional boards, in terms of legal requirements for doing it?
In terms of legal requirements, it comes from AB 1234, which was a post-Bell law. It was enacted because in Bell, the council members were putting 3 meetings together and paying each one of them the highest salary for attending each meeting at the same time. So after the Bell scandal unfolded, the legislature enacted AB 1234, which requires elected officials, including council members, to do an oral report for any board that the council member serves on, besides council, where they're paid for that service by the city. So any boards that the city writes a check that is on a city council meeting, council members would come back and give an oral report. Just, I guess the legislature thought that would make sure that the council member attended.
Okay, perfect. So with that, I do not have any reports on a board or commission that I received a stipend for. Any other updates or things that have been going on, you can always check social media. Thank you.
Councilmember Hannah?
Been a while since we reported anything on the Norco Animal Rescue Team, so I thought I'd show this tonight. A few years ago, we had been trying to get a MOU with Riverside County Animal Services, but the higher ups over in the county building didn't think we needed it. When Karen Spiegel got elected supervisor, well, we met with her, and by Friday, that bunch was gone, and we were getting a contract with them, and it's worked out real good. They're able to come train with us, and if we have an incident out in the county, there's usually some of them that's in that area. They go, or we go help them when they need us. So we had a training 2 weeks ago that's coming Friday. You can see how many of them showed up. They've all got the blue uniforms on there, but it's real good to have all the help and experience. And we also, when we have an incident out in the county, CAL FIRE shows up to assist us, and so does the Riverside County sheriff's deputy in the area. So this was a real good deal, and thanks to Melvin. He works all the time trying to keep these guys in contact where they'll make all the trainings and everything, and really appreciate everything he does. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for you, Colin. You were talking about City of Bell. You were saying that a board that we get a check from the city on?
It doesn't apply to, say, I don't know how the Vector Control District in Riverside pays, but in Orange County, Vector Control District actually pays the trustees themselves. The city doesn't pay the trustees, so that wouldn't qualify.
All right, I'm just a little confused why we have to keep talking about this, but on March 7th, I attended the Chino Basin Desalter Authority Board of Directors meeting, and I received $150 a meeting from the CDA board. Okay, not the city of Norco.
Don't spend it all in one place.
I beg your pardon?
Don't spend it all in one place. I'm sorry, this is a Sacramento law written for people in Bell, applied to people in Norco who spend more volunteer hours every day than there actually are hours in a day. But this is what we have to do every day for item 1.
Thank you. And then on the 15th, along with Mayor Bash and staff, attended the Spirit of Norco, Kathy Acevedo subcommittee meeting. And one thing I did want to bring up, Chad's not here, Lori, but at the CDA board meeting, we do have a small credit coming through some of our grants. And we have to make a decision whether we want to keep that in their investment portfolio or if we'd like to move it to ours. And if you let me know, then we'll do all the proper paperwork. Okay? That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
So on to a bunch of stuff, obviously. The most important thing that I want to touch on is I heard from Bill Asaley tonight. Anybody who's planning on calling tomorrow, it's very important because what the CPU is hanging their hat on is they're saying they have to follow the law. But they totally understand our point. My contention and the contention of several others is they're not following the law because at the base of the law, they have to give honest EIRs, honest descriptions of the property. And the reality is they're sticking to this makes no sense. So I hope tomorrow somebody can bring up, one, you claim you're following the law and yet you won't set foot on the property to see that Edison is not telling the truth about what the property looks like. Two, the EIR is 15, 16 years old, however old it is. 2 new cities have been born there. And 3, they're not taking care of what's underneath the lines as it stands today. We're very afraid of the fire, but most importantly, everything is based on honesty, and they have not been honest. So I hope, unfortunately, we as a party, we can't speak, we can't talk, and which is very, very frustrating. Bill today said that when he and Senator Ciarto met with the commissioner and the chair, stated that they said, thank you very much, but we have to follow the law. They are not following the law. Again, I just got it from an incredible legal mind just when I came here tonight, who said that underneath everything is honesty. And we just want them to walk the property, and we want them to give us a hearing. How do they know until somebody comes out and looks at what we're looking at? Will they know that Edison is not telling the truth? And on a similar note, the city manager and I, Lori, we went to a Chamber of Commerce meeting this morning. They had a representative there, and Eileen was there. It was very frustrating because we kind of got cut off. But Eileen is still not, she's a nice lady. So politely, she is simply not putting out accurate information. And it was a little frustrating because the city manager was like, but we ran out of time. So she wasn't able to refute it. But again, they are not following the law. So with that, I will move on to the next thing, which is public comments. Do we have any public comments? And you read this, right?
Yes. Yes, Mayor. This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding the consent calendar or matters not on the agenda may be heard. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. And I have one speaker card, Richard Howell.
Hi, Richard. You look good. You're getting around, buddy.
Yep. Good evening, Council. Been a minute since I've been here. Okay. All my adult life, well, start when I was 17 years old, I've been a volunteer for stuff. I mean, everything that I could come up with. Started out just joining the Army at 17 and volunteering to go to Vietnam. Then coming to Norco, I've been on the Norco Horse Week Committee as the Vice President of Horse Week. I've been on the fair. I was upper arena chairman at the fair. I started the Unload Committee with Mayor Hal Clark and the Sheriff's Station for drug and alcohol abuse in middle school kids. I was the commander of the Norco Emergency Response Team, fire department. Unfortunately, that disappeared. We had a pretty good thing going. We had about 60 or 70 members of people that were training for that. But the thing that I liked most of all was the Veterans Committee, because I'm a big veteran advocate. And I was on the Veterans Committee since day one when we were talking about a flagpole and a bench. That's all we had. And I was there the day we broke ground. And that you know, I was the commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars in Riverside. And I'm a veteran advocate. Believe it or not, there's been veterans in this town that had no family and nothing, and that were on hospice and that were living in Swaller. And I found them out, and I went and I helped them. Kevin helped one time cleaning the guy's yard in his garage and all his stuff. And he was a hoarder. I mean, we filled the whole one of those great big dumpsters up in one day. So a couple years ago, Agent Orange and a few things the government said are taking blame for and are giving me money now for it. Disabilities. I succumbed to some bad health problems. I had 2 major spinal surgeries and contracted diabetes and neuropathy and a whole lot of other stuff, and I just fell apart. And so I was on that commission, on that committee, and I was really upset when I found out that it became a commission without me. So I want to open up a conversation with the city council and with the Parks and Rec. You know, I was a Parks and Rec commissioner for 16 years too. And I want to open up a conversation on expanding that commission, at least by one person, because that was my pride and joy. I mean, I put hundreds of hours into meetings and going up there and working and stuff. And I would just like to be a part of that again. I don't have many years left, but I'd like to have them there. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Mayor, I have no further comments.
Closing public comments, moving to the consent calendar. Is there anything someone wishes to pull? Do we have any public comments?
I have no public comments made.
Closing public
Move to
comments.
approve.
Do I hear a second?
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Seeing nothing pulled from the consent calendar, moving on to 5 legislative matters. Do any council have any questions or concerns from Director Robles? To begin, anybody have any questions, comments? Do we have any public comments?
I have no public comments, Mayor.
Closing public comments. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 1111, approving zone code amendment 2024-01.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on to 6, discussion action items, order of presentation for discussion items. 1, staff report presentation. 2, council questions of staff. 3, public comment. 4, council discussion and action. Moving to 6A, City Manager Sassoon, discussion of poultry and fowl laws. Prior to this,
Thank you, Mayor. So this is an item brought forward at the request of the council for a discussion regarding our fowl and poultry laws. So you may recall there was a discussion about kind of the traditions here in Norco. We have lots of birds here. We have chickens. We have folks who have guinea hens, and a number of those creatures like to run hither and yon around the properties in Norco, and it's just been kind of a Norco tradition. However, our municipal code does not provide for that. So you received a copy in the staff packet of kind of two excerpts from 8.04 of a municipal code, and then I believe at your dais, the city clerk has given you a complete copy of chapter 8.04, which is called Running at Large. So really the purpose of this discussion today is to follow up on your brief discussion that you had on this item and get some feedback from you on kind of what are your goals. If I would sort of put this in 2 buckets. If you are comfortable and wish to allow certain kinds of birds to go of free range through the community, then we can update this code to reflect that. That's certainly within your purview. We had a discussion earlier. There are other types of animals like dogs, for example, that are also governed by state law that we have certain rabies control things. We can't let them run at large, right? But birds are different. So we want to get some discussion and direction from you about where you see this ordinance headed with regard to birds and poultry in particular. And of course, we have our animal services superintendent here, Melvin and Michelle Englund from Community Services also. So we welcome your feedback, and then based on your direction, we'll go from there.
does council have questions of staff?
I do. I have a
Catherine?
couple questions. Just in reading the code, and I apologize, I did not send these prior. Under impoundment, for poultry, that if they are impounded, so 2 questions. One is, if we've had poultry that has been impounded, has anyone come to claim their poultry?
No one has actually come to claim. They've come to adopt, but no claim.
Okay. And then it says that they would be, if they were to say your chicken was picked up by animal control and that it was there, that the person would need to pay the impoundment fee and all of their costs. So I was looking at our fee schedule, and there's a small livestock, sorry, I lost it on here now, fee, but it's about $121. Here, that's owner surrender. I don't see would it be small livestock?
Yes,
Would it be the impound fee that they would pay?
correct.
So like $79?
Yes, plus the plus the $3 maintenance fee.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Robin, anything? Okay. Let's go to public comment.
I have no public comment, Mayor.
Closing public comments, bringing back to council discussion and action.
I was just saying, I'm sad there's no public comment because I would love to hear what the community has to say in terms of whether we should change our code to allow fowl to run free. So I'm looking forward to the discussion. Does anyone want to start?
Mr. Mayor, I can start. So I'll just share a couple of my personal experiences with this particular issue. A few months ago, I had folks knocking on my door that had a goose. And they said, hey, is this your goose? Because I guess I just have a menagerie of animals and everybody assumes they're mine. So I said, no, not my goose. And they're like, well, it's late. We don't have anywhere to put the goose. Can you please take the goose? So I took the goose. I did call animal control and I said, please tell me somebody's called about a missing goose. Unfortunately, no, they had not. So I do have Lucy Goosey at my house now as a new resident of our property. So that's experience number one. Experience number two, I do have peafowl, peacocks, and I have been in violation of this particular ordinance a couple of times as my peacocks like to fly across the street and roost on my neighbor's roof from time to time overnight. So I do clip a wing. I try to be a responsible fowl owner, but they're animals and they have wings. So sometimes that can present a predicament. And then last story, anybody that's ever in the vicinity of 5th and Temescal knows that we have a little black hen that lives in the neighborhood. I don't think she has a home. She literally is the neighborhood hen. So I don't know if that helps anybody with their decisions, but I just feel like enforcement, like if you were to collect that black hen, would just be impounded until somebody adopted it because there is no owner of said hen that I know of. So that's all I have to share at this time.
I'm waiting for it.
If you impound a chicken, then it's 78, did you say $78 to get it out of jail?
Yes. That's including with staff time and
79
then
plus 3,
maintaining-
84 bucks.
Maintaining the animal and then feeding, watering.
It's time at Melvin's Airbnb for birds.
That's why no one's adopting the chickens.
Yeah. Oh, they're actually.
I mean, not adopting. I'm sorry, claiming.
Yes.
I'll go adopt it because I already inquired. There's two there that I'm looking at. They're only $10 though, plus 3. They're not 84.
I don't know. To me, it's part of living in Norco. Obviously, the ordinance has to get cleaned up from 1977 is kind of my recommendation. But, I mean, we'd have peacocks at 4th and Corona. And I remember years ago that, and our neighbors' chickens, they'd come into our yard and we'd trap them. Sometimes the horses would eat the little baby chicks and sometimes we sent them on down the road. It's just part of living in this town. I just can't keep from.
and Councilmember Newton,
I just don't.
There's also a clause in here that it takes a little bit of looking at. It says shall permit. And hearing Councilmember Grunmeyer say that she clipped the wings and the peacock still got out, that is permitting. What shall permit? I mean, you don't have to have a glass bubble over your property. They can get out and you don't permit it. Do you have a fence up?
Well, I told them not to fly away. So,
Yeah.
It's survival of the fittest, whether they're guinea hens on Pedley Avenue, okay? It's a residential area. It's 25 miles an hour. And if it gets hit by a car, so what? All right? And whether it's Robin's turkey, the same thing. Survival of the fittest. All right? Gets hit, we're having turkey dinner. And I don't know how to really give you any direction other than I think it's kind of silly. It's part of what this community is all about.
So Mayor, if I may, I think I'm hearing that the council would be interested in us modernizing the ordinance to recognize that certain kinds of fowl will leave their properties on occasion, and that's going to be permissible here in Norco. So, and that's something from our perspective, we just want clarity for our team. Something is or is not allowed, right? So if we're going to allow it, we need to clean up our ordinance and allow it. So,
And
Go ahead.
okay. So on my street, I've had neighbors' chickens in my yard. Recently, they got guinea fowl and they're in my yard making a lot of noise. But my question would be that I think needs to be set in the code. So if someone else's bird, it's because you're saying if it's in the street and it gets run over, well, your bird was out, right? It says you shall not allow them. They're just doing what they want to do because they're birds. But if there are birds on other people's property, what would be the remedy of that property owner if they, for instance, do not find them to be charming? What would they be allowed or not allowed? I just think that needs to be clear in our code so that there's not neighborly disputes about birds in other people's yards if they're not welcome.
Well, I think one, it goes, Catherine, like, you know, if we're all good neighbors, we wouldn't need all these ordinances. So I guess it's one is the relationship with your neighbor that you have and how well you communicate. Like I said earlier, in one of my cases, it's they weren't coming for their birds, so I dispatched them for them.
Correct. But
Okay.
but I would as a policymaker and us making this policy, I think that the code should be clear then if your birds are out on someone else's property that's
Free
at your
game.
own risk, right? That's at your own risk. So it's not that my bird can go to somebody's property and because the ordinance says that, you know, they can, oh, well, then you can't remove those birds from your property, right? If your animals are escaping these fowl, then it's your responsibility. What happens to them if they're in the road or if they're on someone else's property, if the dog gets them or what have you, right? That's not the neighbor's responsibility. So I think the code should be clear. So clarity is kind, right? And in terms of enforcement, right? Because then animal control might be called about what happened to someone's bird on someone else's property. I think our code should be clear in addressing that.
If I may, I agree with you on that. I do think it should have some level of enforcement on there because there on a certain street, there's a couple of neighbors that are not fond of the fowl running and damaging their property. We received complaints months ago and it's still an issue today. And that's just one of the things that it should not be up to impeding the neighborhood for somebody's animals. Now, as the Colin Burns has said, is if you are clipping the wings or preventing that, then that's understandable. Many people take that proactive approach to secure their own animals into their yard. But if they do not, then I think, as you say, clean up the code, but also keeping enforcement is right.
I didn't mean to suggest it had to go so far as to clip wings either. I was just thinking some reasonable measures out there, besides just complete indifference.
But just to clarify, Melvin, I think I hear the council saying that we would not be doing enforcement of this, that there would be an ability to, like, on your property, if someone else's animals comes on your property, we'd be clear that you have the ability to keep them off your property through the means you feel appropriate. I think that's what they're saying. They're not looking to, I think their idea is that we would not be enforcing birds that are running around.
Berwin. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that's like they said, this is what Norco's all about. And when I came here in '86, there was free range chickens everywhere. In fact, down on 7th Street, there was two big herds of them, flocks, whatever you want to call them, and they were there until the Newcastle assassins come into town and captured them, put them down, and that's what they were, assassins. And I watched them kill 20,000 right next door to me over there. But I had chickens, and then I seemed to attract about 2 or 3 rogue roosters a month. So I would catch them, cut their spurs off of them, clip one wing, and then I would relocate them to another area because I didn't want them on the property. But it's just people in other places come out here and they talk about how neat it is, and they'd be driving down the street to see these chickens. And most people here in town would slow down where they didn't annihilate them with their vehicle. And if some of you longtime residents remember, up on Hillside, at that curve going north to south and down there by Jerry Rustin's old farm, Richard, there was a peacock lived out there next to the road for about 20 years. I think he finally passed away a year or two ago. But I have no problem with them running loose. I mean, and everything. And certain ones, if they're older and you put them back in a coop, they'll kill each other because they're used to running free. And you remember Hay Connection and some of the other feed stores, people used to drop chickens off there all the time. Hay Connection probably had 150 or 200 at one time because there's feed back there. So they go back there and scratch, get feed and lay eggs and stuff like that. But I got an answer. People don't like them in their yard. Just don't go out there barefooted. Thank you.
So there was at least one guinea hen that was requested to be returned named Humphrey. So it got rehomed with not letting the owner know. And so the thing is that as I've explained several times, Berwin and I sat on a committee for 3 years, and the one thing that came out of that committee, and I don't know how this happened, I just don't know. And that was the only ordinance from that, about that thick, Berwin? About that thick? Yeah, but supposedly this stuff, we had changed it on, it was for roosters. So, I don't know, maybe I'm old school. Maybe I don't want to lose a piece of Norco that we've had for decades. I mean, what's next? What's next? You know, we have people that don't want the horses. We have people that don't want the cows. We have people that don't want all this stuff. And this is it. This is the last place. I remember when I was a kid, Chino, Europa Valley, Eastvale, you had all those kind of things. So I don't know. I think I personally, I think if somebody doesn't like the fowl, they need to man up and knock on somebody's door. That's just kind of how they have to do it. And, you know, people try to be good neighbors. But I personally don't have a problem with these animals running around. And, I don't like the word nuisance. I just don't think they're nuisances. But if we come to a time when somebody decides to vote in 3 council people that disagree with me, then I guess it's the end of an era. But until then, I think that if council has a majority that wants to see this altered, then that's how it works. That's kind of where I'm at.
Mayor,
Yep.
if they're gonna hem the chickens up, guineas, turkeys, whatever, what are you gonna do about the stray cats? Come around. You know what I do with them? I trap them and take them to Melvin. But I don't like them. I don't like them up on my patio messing everything up. And they're a bigger problem, I think, than chickens are. So if you go with one ordinance, change one ordinance because of, and chickens are useful. They lay eggs. You can eat the eggs, you can eat the chicken. Cat, what are you frowning for, Dana? Don't want to eat a cat. No, I don't like them on my property. So if you got one deal, if you're going to shut up one deal, you're going to have to get somebody out on the street to get rid of the cats too.
Mayor, if I may, it sounds like that all 5 council members are in agreement. You want to see this chapter updated to take out the prohibition on poultry running at large. So we'll develop a draft that you can come back and have a future discussion with at a future council meeting and addresses the various issues that you all raised tonight.
Yes, so if I may, I'll make a motion to remove 8.04.010, which is poultry prohibited. And then under impounding, remove poultry and fowl from the animals that would be impounded. And then the code can come back for further discussion and approval and weigh in from the community. If there are community members who'd like to weigh in as well, we'd like to hear from you before we make any changes.
Yeah, and if I can add, when we do that, if there are other concerns that the animal services staff has, we'll be sure to note those for you and for your discussion. Okay?
Thank you, Melvin.
Thank you.
Moving
Mayor,
on to
I think there was a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Just need a
apologize.
second.
Do I hear a second? Thank you. Sorry, Catherine.
And then please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Moving on to 6B, City Manager Sassoon, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is another item that was requested by the City Council to bring forward. This is a discussion regarding updates to our Municipal Code, Chapter 9.07, which is noise regulations. So I think the council is well aware we have some continual nuisance noise issues going on in the community. We've had a team of staff working on this issue, including Colin, including Lieutenant Hall, Kathy, and then our intern Jackie has also been involved doing some great legwork on this issue for us. Alma's been involved. So the intent tonight, Kathy and Jackie are going to present to you some of the concepts we've been discussing, some of the challenges and some ideas, to kind of get your feedback, hear from you further, and then based on that, I think we definitely want to see some changes to our ordinances. So want to thank Kathy and Jackie for their work. So with that, I'll turn it over to these ladies to make a little presentation for you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So tonight we will be presenting a review of the noise regulations. So current regulations, some issues with these current regulations, and then some suggestions. Oh, sorry. Okay.
You
All
can go
right.
like this. Bend it around. There you go. Now you're a pro.
I'll speak up louder then. So begin. So there are 5 elements to the current code. The first being general sound level standards, which states that no person shall create any sound that exceeds the sound level standards set forth in a sound level table, or that violates standards in section 9.07.060. And then sound level measurement methodology. Sound level measurements shall be made with the sound level meter and measured in decibels. Sound level measurement devices must be calibrated and certified annually. Special sound sources standards. So this is presented as one line, but I wanted to make a note that it's actually a 2-part standard. So sound amplifying equipment and live music is prohibited between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. And all other times of the day shall not be audible to the human ear at a distance greater than 100 feet of the equipment or music. Violations and penalties. There is a fine schedule that is based on chapter 1.04 general penalties, which is $100 for the first violation, $400 for a second violation occurring within 3 years of the violation, or $600 for a third violation occurring within 3 years of the first violation. And then duties to cooperate. No person shall refuse to cooperate or obstruct the enforcement of officials when they are engaged in the process of enforcing the provisions of this chapter.
Okay, so there are some issues and challenges which have come up numerous times. One particular one is the decibel meter standard. There are some challenges to that in that there is one here at the sheriff's station. And typically when the deputies respond in the evening to a noise complaint, they may likely not have it with them. Coming here to get it from the station and then go back out to resolve the issue isn't really the best use of their time, and oftentimes doesn't resolve the issue. The prohibition of amplified noise at night has not really been fully effective. The reason for that is partially due to some language confusion in the ordinance itself. So there are a couple of areas that, as Jackie had mentioned, altogether amplified sound is not permitted between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., but all other times of the day, there is that limitation of 100 feet from its source. Well, the deputies have had difficulty kind of evaluating that part of the ordinance, and so at times they will cite, at times they will not. But in all cases, they do give a warning, which is of course required by the government code. Repeat offenders, the ones who do have the largest and longest parties, and there are 2 or 3 in town that have gone 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. They have the resources to continue to accept the citations, and in every case, they are paid very quickly. So it's not a deterrent. The citation is not a deterrent. We are, very grateful for the services of the Sheriff's Department in, being municipal code enforcers, after hours. And they do desire to assist us and support us. And we receive calls in the evenings from them to because they want to make sure that they're actually getting the enforcement correct and not over enforcing. There has to be a process. So these are some of the challenges that have been faced. By the way, the decibel meter is not a requirement for enforcement. It can be used, but it is not the only element. So options for consideration are to go ahead and keep the decibel meter chart in the ordinance, but add the alternative standard of reasonable person. So it would prohibit any person from making or continuing to make any loud, unnecessary, and unusual noise which disturbs the peace and quiet of any residential neighborhood, or which causes discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person of normal sensitivity residing in the area. That's one element. Use the nuisance abatement process for the frequent offenders. So in this case, there is, it's not really a disconnect, but the sheriff is operating in our behalf, separate from code enforcement, in that we aren't on duty. We're not able to receive the information from that citation necessarily. And so we go into our week and we don't actually know about the event until the neighbor may call and say, hey, we had a really big problem again with this particular individual. So that will lead us then to kind of take a look at the history, but it pretty much ends there. So that's another topic of discussion, and we have had that conversation with the Sheriff's Department, with Lieutenant Hall, in that we're going to have more opportunity to communicate back and forth and identify those frequent offenders, or the more egregious ones who are not willing to take the warning. And even after a first citation, it doesn't seem to make a difference. violations are, per se nuisance. Revising the 100-foot distance to 50 feet would basically put, in many properties are 80-foot width, 100-foot, some more than that. So the next door neighbor can be one that can be affected, but in most cases, amplified sound will travel a block, 2 blocks. In the case of this last weekend, 3.5 blocks. I heard it at my house from 3.5 blocks away. So it depends on the type of equipment, it depends on city, the location, how the wind is blowing. It depends on a lot of things. So the revision of distance is one consideration. Leaning the property for the costs incurred, both the citations themselves, if it's legal, but the time the deputies spend coming and going multiple times, and then the time to evaluate, how to deal with the situation. We do need to clean up the administrative citation provisions because they do not match government code, particularly the 3-year period. It is actually 1-year period that it would need to be corrected to. Permit sites to escalate every 5 minutes in the case of an egregious situation is a discussion item as well.
And then in preparing for this oral report, I did conduct a survey of cities in Orange County and Riverside County. So these were 3 that stood out with language that we were leaning towards. So Indio, no noise that causes discomfort at a distance greater than 50 feet from property line. San Juan Capistrano, no noise that is unreasonably loud or disturbing to persons of ordinary sensitivity and should not be plainly audible from a distance of 25 feet. And Orange, it is unlawful to make or allow noise that a reasonable person considers disturbing to the peace and quiet of the surrounding area. So this just is kind of the aim to broaden the language to just say that a reasonable person would be annoyed or discomforted by the noise being created. And then next steps. So going back to what Kathy said, so using the reasonable person standard as the primary standard, we should still keep the decibel standard in the municipal code as a backstop, but using the reasonable person standard first for enforcement, and then cleaning up the language. So again, broadening the standard, going back to options to consider, broadening the language to include all sounds associated with parties, not just amplified music, would also help. And I believe that concludes our report.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Robin?
I just have a couple on the decibel reader thing, and I'm going to go back and forth to the sheriff's station. As a council member, I've received quite a few calls on noise, right? So I got a decibel reader on my phone just so that I could tell that person, like, generally speaking, what the noise levels were and kind of verify for myself. Is there some type of app or program that would be reasonable for enforcement use that could be loaded on a phone so that folks aren't having to travel back and forth to get a specific or a singular tool? And I don't need an answer tonight, but I'm just gonna.
No, the issue with decibel readers, especially on the phone, is getting it admitted to trial.
Okay.
If it had to go to trial, maybe in an administrative hearing, that could be something that can be considered. I've never had to get a decibel meter entered at trial because you have to bring out a scientist and somebody's got training and everything else. That's a much easier way to do it. The easier way to do it is exactly what Catherine and Jackie just discussed, which was you have a decibel standard that you need in case of a backup because you have a very unusual situation and you have to bring a whole bunch of technically trained sheriff's officers out with a bunch of equipment and prevent violation that way. then there's the other two ways to prove violation that most cities rely on. One is the reasonable person standard. It's exactly the words that they read because it comes right out of case law that said that standard is appropriate. The other is a per se violation, which they also, the speakers also brought up, which puts a distance limitation in. The way that I've seen it that works is a law that says that it is illegal for any type of radio, receiving device, instrument, all the things that they mentioned to be heard 50 feet from the property line during certain hours. It's 50 feet from a Norco property, could still be on somebody's property, it probably is. So you have to measure from the property line itself to show because we don't care if something's on somebody's own property. You have to show it flows over. And for that, a police officer can walk up, especially now that we have body worn camera. They have a laser measuring device. You can generally see where the property line is, and in fact, you measure in front. You hit the front of the street and say, okay, I'm 75 feet away. Here's my recorder, and I can clearly hear it on the recorder. It's a very easy way to prove a noise violation. And that's how they're usually approved. They're usually proven. I still say keep the decibel reader in. I still say keep the reasonable person standard in case you have a sound that isn't a TV, receiving device, noise, party, something. You have those unusual situations, but most of these really are proven with the per se violation. The biggest change and the best change that I think is being recommended is to make it every 5 minutes. So right now our ordinance says every day a violation persists, it's a new and separate violation. So under that, we can only cite them once per day. So by saying every 5 minutes, that's going to go 100, 300, 500 very quickly in the same night. And then after that, every 5 minutes, you don't turn the radio off, it's another $500 ticket. So then that can actually get expensive. And for liens, yes, we can lien the property. We have, if it's a renter, we have to give the owner of the property notice and a reasonable opportunity to correct, which they do anyway. We'll send a letter out that says your neighbors, your tenants are partying. That's a nuisance. There's a provision that says that you can eject a nuisance tenant very quickly. If the landlord does nothing after being noticed and having an opportunity, then we'd start going after the landlord for the tenant's behavior, which is a heavy hand. So, we reserve that for cases that are egregious. But if you have something that's egregious and the tenants are hiding behind the fact that they don't own the home and you'll never lien them, and you can never find any assets of theirs, we have a way of getting the landlord to eject them.
It's 100, I'm sorry, 200 for the first violation, correct?
For now, yes.
At the moment it is, but
Because it said 200 up there.
Yeah, so to clarify that right now it's 2, 4, 600. However, that does not align with the government code. So we have to follow the government code with our admin sites, which is 125. We have to follow the government code that provides for the administrative citation process. So I think it was just something missed when the admin citation was adopted, but the city just chose 246, but it actually has to be 100, 200, 500 per state law.
You said that they would get a warning.
yes.
Well, our code, when we wrote it, they don't get a warning, they get the ticket the first time.
Correct. However, government code requires a warning for the first enforcement
Well, maybe the government.
in all areas.
Government ought to move next door to some of these people.
So it's 5, it would be a warning, then 5 minutes later, 100, then 5 minutes later, 200, then 300, whatever it is.
Correct. 500
And then 500,
5
and then
beyond that.
what happens if it's beyond that? Then it's just 500, 500, 500.
Sign up for a misdemeanor eventually.
I'm very sorry that we're making deputies do this. Greg?
So on the 5-minute rule, what about the occurrence, like for every 3 years? That would no longer come into play, or?
Well, government code says 1 year. So
Okay.
we are off on that as well. We do have to change that.
That's just for the escalation of the citation amount.
Sure.
They do it every 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. That's all within 1 year. It's only
Right.
if you have one,
Right.
and then 3 years later you have another. And now we'll have to start at 100.
At 100.
Okay, so let's say today I go 1, 2, 5, right? And then tomorrow you come out. Are we starting at 5? And just then 5 runs its course?
A year from the last time you got 5, you still get 5.
Okay,
Then a year without getting another violation.
all right. So I'm good with all of that. I wish we could raise the fines, but What about taking equipment, the amplification?
I don't know that we would be able to independently give the sheriff authority to take equipment because I think that's a Fourth Amendment issue. We're seizing property. I think that law is covered. So I don't know that us passing an order would give them any additional authority.
We did explore it and have a long conversation about it. I think, and I don't want to speak for Lieutenant Hall if you want to add, but I think the thought was there's just maybe even better ways to really get problems. Because the reality is our deputies, when they're out there at these parties with a lot of drunk people, there's an officer safety issue. It's potentially, they're not going to do it with one or two officers, right, to go in and take equipment. So I think we have potentially better ways. And really the nuisance issue is the one where we really have the arm. Because if people don't mind paying the tickets, they will surely mind a nuisance abatement action, which comes with tons of attorney's fees and all kinds of other things that we load on right on their property tax roll. That could be very unfortunate if they persist.
And I didn't mean to say that there was no way they could do it under the Fourth Amendment. There's a community caretaking exception under the Fourth Amendment. They already have the well-worn track to get there.
Right. And, I'm not concerned, we have the one-offs every now and then, but then we have the repeat offenders, right? We all know where they live. And so, you could hang out there all night, every 5 minutes, give them another $500 fine. Maybe at some point it would get their attention, but considering the business they're in, really doesn't matter what the cost is. So there's got to be a way. Can you shut the power off? Okay. You can do it on a building site.
I would have to ask the sheriff, but I think if they tell somebody to turn the music off and the person says completely refuses and slams the door, I think that at that point there might be justification to go in and either take it or go get a telephone warrant, have a judge go in so you can stop a continuing violation from happening. It's the same thing about,
Of course, that would take all night, and it's, take forever to do that. Got it.
Never heard of deputies. I think there could be a situation out there where it would be so egregious that they would. Like I said, I've never seen it happen, so I'm sure it doesn't happen often. Like Deputy Hall said.
All I got for now. Thanks.
Catherine?
Just one question. So the warnings reset within the year as well, correct, as the fines do?
They would.
Okay, thank you.
Robin? Well, yeah.
Well, I know that neighbors next to me, it took them about 2 years to calm down. I know they had to get 11 or 12 citations. I think they just got one here 2 or 3 months ago because they've had one loud party in the last 6 or 8 months. And I realize it's low priority for the deputies to come out, and I don't have a problem with that. But every time that myself and one of the neighbors down the road has called them, they've got there sometime within an hour or so when it's cited. People had a lookout for a while and see the car coming, so they now come into the other direction, park in my driveway. As soon as you get out. But the officers have always been real good to go and cite them and everything. But and I'll say this, and they'll probably have one this weekend. They've been pretty good the last few months and everything. But I do know every time the officers went over, they received a citation. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. So part of what prompted this is there's like 3 parties that I can literally hear in my house. It's just so loud. And so one of my concerns is that, and I actually hate sending deputies to these things at all. And then citing every 5 minutes because I want the deputies to stay safe. But at the same time, if I'm hearing something a mile away, something needs to be done. So I'm all for this. So do I hear a motion? Do I hear a suggestion?
Mayor, we have public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Opening public comments?
Bill Naylor.
I knew that.
Evening, Council. I do have a little bit of experience with this since I did do code enforcement for 10 years. And I did carry a decibel meter to keep track on things. Most of it was during the daytime hours, but I was on call by the sheriff's department, or by our actually local police department if I needed to go out to monitor it and do that thing. I think the decibel meters are so cheap. Buy a bunch of them and give them to the officers so they have them in their cars when they need them. There's no big deal about that. The other thing is taking your reading. I disagree with the 100 feet. I disagree with the 50 feet or even 20 feet. I think it should be on the property line. That's an easy point to work from. Now, I do think too that your reasonableness in there is the ideal thing to do, but you have your meters to help back that up if you need it. It's just really smart. And the last thing I think, well, 2 things. One, I think your every 5-minute thing and increasing it, that will get their attention. You know, say in an hour, what is it, a couple of $1,000s in fines? That's going to stop most people from doing something. The other thing is you also, that public nuisance thing. We use that a couple of times and it really does work. So just some thoughts. I think you guys did a real good job on their presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Next speaker, Jeff Cahan.
Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. A couple of questions. Is this specifically, we're just talking about parties, or is this a noise ordinance for all noise? Because otherwise I get to report waste management every week because I can hear their truck 400 feet down the street when they're coming. When my neighbor's mowing his lawn with his gas mower, I can hear that in my house with my windows closed. I mean, I'm a reasonable person, so I think I fit that reasonable person, characteristic. But so are we talking about all noises or just parties?
Management truck or the lawnmower being those things, unless it was, somebody was mowing their lawn in the middle of the night, it became annoying to the level that you have to give laws a reasonable interpretation.
I'm just making sure I'm clear. Okay, so let's say I want to have a party. My daughter wants to maybe have her wedding reception in our backyard. Instead of getting in trouble for that, is there a special event permit for noise that would exempt me from being cited because I've got permission ahead of time? It wouldn't be after 10 at night or anything, but would that be, do we have something already, or would we need to look into that?
Yeah, so we do have a special event permit, but does not exempt you from the noise provision. I think that's where typically the neighbors, you might go and tell the neighbors like, hey, it's my daughter's wedding reception. And then it becomes sort of the reasonableness standard. I mean, if you're having a nice.
I get along with my neighbors mostly,
Yeah.
but there's somebody else somewhere that might want to have a reasonable, not these people that have parties, 6 times a week, but it's a once in a lifetime, maybe kind of a thing, like a wedding reception
Right.
or a 90th birthday party for somebody or something. And you want to have a little music and you want to have some fun.
Sure.
And there's that one person that's going to call. So if there's maybe part of this reasonableness is for somebody that's not an abuser who wants to have a very rare situation where they want to have an event, that if they're allowed to file get a permit, get a request, whatever the fee might be. And I guess the point is to sort of exempt them for that one event. Now, obviously, if they apply for, again, 6 events a week, then maybe you can start saying, no, we're not going to issue a permit. But for those once in a while kind of things, I'd like to know that either myself or somebody else who might want to have some kind of a get together would be protected and not be annoyed by somebody that's not in the spirit of the celebration. So just something to consider. I think that might be worthy of deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Our next speaker is Greg Bowen.
Yeah, I got 35 years in law enforcement, and one of the hardest calls you go to is loud music. There has to be somebody on the liability issue has to complain, and if he comes over the MDC to where it comes up and it says no complaint, but just a loud noise, you don't want to go that. It opens yourself up for whole liabilities. There has to be somebody to complain, and Greg hit it right on the nose. Is you got to have it. It's got to have teeth. It's got to be set in stone, like Rancho's is, like Caipas is. If it's after 10 o'clock, we go there, and we've even seized equipment. Not a good thing to do, but we go there, and if they keep, we keep finding them, and if it keeps up, but we can't go back on our own record. We have to have another complaint from a citizen. We just can't sit there and just keep tacking it on ourselves. It has to be another citizen who has to complain, which it happens. If it's really loud, it's going to happen again. But there has to be teeth to it. I'm like everybody else. I hear music blaring from 6 blocks away, and you're wondering where it's coming from. And it's louder the further you get away. And at 10 o'clock, it has to have teeth. And I keep saying that because these deputies that go there, and I don't want to speak for the Riverside Sheriff, but when we go there and there's no teeth to it, the city's not backing us and say, hey, look, we want this taken care of. Because the first time the city backs off and said, well, wait a minute, then you're not going to get any help from us, because we're going to look at it as a liability issue, because the city's scared of actually standing up for what we want to do. It's a priority 4 call. And like the lieutenant says, you go there, it's usually nothing but drunks. You got one deputy, like we say in San Bernardino, one deputy, one riot. But you basically, Riverside's the same way. You're sending 1, maybe 2 guys there dealing with 100 people, and they're usually drunk, maybe more. And if you go to someplace that you got to say, okay, look, if you need to pull in more resources from Eastville or from Grupa Station, you got to be able to pay for that and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to say, okay, we have a problem. We need to call in resources, just like a fire, and say, hey, we need to go in here. We'll hit it with 20 deputies. And I apologize, not speaking, but you hit it with a bunch of people, and it lowers your risk down of deputies getting hurt. And it shows a sign of force, say, hey, we mean business. Because these people, they spend $10,000 on catering. They spend $3,500 for the band. So money doesn't mean nothing to them. But if you go with a chance of arresting them, now that does. But that's all I got. I ran out of time. Thanks, Greg.
Last speaker card, Mike Thompson.
Good evening, council.
Long time no see.
Mike, pardon me?
Haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, yeah, I've been off playing. What the city look at this is some of these repeat offenders are running a business. They don't have a business license. I mean, I've got a situation over on 2nd Street where I've witnessed somebody at the gate, and they appear to be either taking tickets or money. So I just asked, they're not on the radar yet, but they've set up over there with a regular weekend, situation. I assume I've been over to the Pedley place over there and seen that one. These people are paying large money for bands, bartenders, and they're in business without a business permit. Is there some way you all can go after illegal businesses on the properties? Just a thought. So, thank you.
Thank you.
No further speaker cards, Mayor.
Chief, do you have any comments on this? You look very So bring you back to council. Any comments, questions, observations?
Do you have enough direction from us?
Yeah, I think so. I'm hearing consensus around like making some changes, giving us some more tools. So that's great. Thank you.
Do we need a motion for direction? We've given sufficient direction. It'll come back later for action.
Okay.
We're done with this issue. Moving on to city council staff communications. Staff, anything? Okay, city attorney, public safety, anything? City manager.
Mayor, just a reminder that tomorrow is the CPUC meeting at 11 a.m. and it is available to participate in that by Zoom. So on our webpage, there is all the information on how residents and anybody can call in and make their voice heard. We are asking the CPUC to set aside the ALJ's preliminary decision and give us a hearing, give us a chance to show the arguments as to why the RTRP should be fully undergrounded for its full length. So again, that's tomorrow morning, March 21st at 11 a.m. via Zoom. All the information is on our website.
May I also add, we're hoping to get one commissioner to come out and see what we're doing. Then tomorrow morning, we also have, Berwin? Anything? Greg?
Thank you. I was going to ask council, I've talked to Alma just a little bit about this over some time, but this is basically asking council to give the planning commission and planning staff direction to study increasing the size of our PACAs and our animal keeping areas. Reason being, obviously, to promote small plot agriculture and animal keeping. Just for a quick example, for one animal unit, we allow a 24 by 24 open space, 576 square feet. By our code, you can cover up to 40% of that area. So in theory, you could have a 24 by 24 pen and put basically 2 10 by 12 tough sheds inside that with your horse or your animal unit. So what I'd like to see us do is increase the size of the animal keeping areas by 40%, or the amount that you are allowed to cover. If that makes sense. And then it's a sliding scale so that you can have that free open space. And I think this would help also some, like when planning commission looks at accessory buildings and different structures like that, that we're just not jamming everything in tight and just trying to eke out just one little postage stamp area. So, and then also to look at this is like for the primary animal keeping.
So is that a motion to have them look at that, or are you just asking?
No,
staff to look
it's
at
a
it?
motion to,
Second that.
So under discussion,
Yeah.
isn't the planning commission maybe going to be having a discussion on PACAs?
We come to the,
The plan is to take to the planning commission a discussion in April, so we're
Okay.
working on that.
Can we
then-
wait for the planning commission to have the discussion?
yeah, will that be part of it? Because when we were talking, I mean, we've talked about this for a long time, but are you addressing increasing the size? Also?
The goal is to present to the planning commission the animal keeping requirements for the different zones, and then bring it forward to give them, put a discussion on that, and to have them make a recommendation if they propose any changes. But we can certainly put that in the discussion, like to.
Yeah, Catherine, I'd like to see it more specific to even though April's fine. that specifically it's increasing the size of those areas by the amount that you're allowed to cover, which is 40%.
So, so I have more questions about that, but because this isn't an agendized item, is it to, you want to bring back that specific policy or just a discussion on changing the policy to what you're talking about?
I'd like that part of the, if they're going to do it in April, that to be part of their
Of their
discussion.
discussion, and
Sure.
then that comes forward to us for the discussion based on planning commission's recommendations.
If that's the desire of the council, I'm sure we can accommodate that, absolutely.
Well, that's my request. I can't speak for the rest of my colleagues on that.
You have a motion and a second.
And we will vote. Please vote.
As the vote is, oh, I just want to confirm. So the recommendation is that to ask the planning commission to also specifically study the increase of PACAs and AKAs by 40% as part of their review of the animal keeping ordinance, and then all to come back to council. Great. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimous.
Catherine?
Thank you. I was remembering what I wanted to ask. Are we going to be sending out any communications to our residents to remind them about the RTRP tomorrow?
Yes, is the short answer. It was included in top stories yesterday. We did put out a graphic. Is that a week ago now? Which was centered around how to support undergrounding the RTRP. We did pay to boost that across Facebook to the Norco radius and the La Sierra radius, and we received way more engagement than we typically do on social media. We did look at the public commenting portal through the CPUC's website yesterday, and comments continue to come in every day. So we will put that out again tonight. It's scheduled so that people can see it before they go to sleep, and hopefully send in a comment or remember to call tomorrow morning by 11.
Robin? I have a couple things. First off, I'm not sure how to do this, but I would like to figure out a way to put Richard Hallam on the Veterans Commission. He was a founding member. My understanding is we have to change a resolution or we have to do something.
Yes, I would need to bring the ordinance back for you to review and add an additional member via the ordinance. So it would make it 15 members currently with adding Mr. Hallam. So we would, I would bring that back to you. You guys would decide if that's what you want to do. We would approve it for first reading. It would go second reading. So it'd be a 30 days that it would be effective following.
So I guess I need a motion. Make a motion to bring back the resolution to place Richard Hallam on to change the resolution. Robin Brenmeyer seconded.
Would this be like as a full voting member or
Yeah.
an honorary position or
Full
full voting? Okay.
I would change the ordinance to reflect that and update what is.
I'm sorry to do this to you, but as Richard explained, he was quite ill and was sort of out for a while, in and out of the hospital. So just so everybody knows, Richard was very instrumental in getting that built. So, so we have to vote.
Yes. Thank you.
And then tomorrow morning at the Corona Chamber of Commerce, there is I think we've got a table. Chad Bianco is going to be the guest speaker. I can't make it. I've got to go to a Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee meeting in Burbank. But I hope other council people or somebody can come and fill the table. So I think that'd be good. I get there by 6:30, 6:45. It starts at 7. You know, you're such a fibber. You're out there feeding at that time. And then one of the things that for two things that for future consideration, one is my interest was really piqued about the fact that I never thought about this, but we did not have to put gigantic properties together so they could build gigantic apartment complexes. We could have achieved the same thing with a smaller impact by having smaller properties. So at some point, I would like us as a council to actually look at that. I mean, I wish to heck we'd known that because it never occurred to me. So you put 20 here and you put 10 there and you fulfill the same obligation. And it also makes it so you're not building a gigantic low income. We were so concentrating on trying to find properties that made it difficult. We didn't think that, you know, we need to adapt to the Norco way. And I think that might be one of the ways to do it. And secondly, I'm not going to ask for it tonight until after the vote, but I would like to find out at some future date, the CPU's, the commission is appointed, which means they don't have to listen to any people. What happens is you leave that commission, you leave that as a staff, and you go to work for a lobbying company for one of the power companies, or for somebody who lobbies for power companies. I would like to explore, they did it with the insurance folks, the insurance commission. I would like to lobby or find out how it happens and if it's possible to turn that commission into an elected body, because they don't answer to the people. They are owned by PG&E. One of the dirty little secrets is PG&E. For example, when they burn down a town, they burn down thousands of acres. What happens is CPUC gives them enough money to cover the cost that it's going to cost them to fix everything. It is the most corrupt system I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything like what we faced with this thing. So at some future date, I want to explore, and I'm also going to bring this up at WRCOG, what can we do to make this an elected body? Because I think they need to answer to the people and not to Edison and their big bucks. But I'm going to do that at a later date. Ballot measure probably. So anyway, that's all I have. Anybody else? Have a good evening.